Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, and welcome back to Arnor. Yes, we resume the Fall of Arnor. We have another one of the named characters here, that's Malbeth the Seer. Been waiting to do him for a long time. We'll see what kind of fun stuff we can do freehand-wise on his cloak there, sure. And then we got ourselves another Cav right here. Again, we did our Cavalry hero, so we're gonna do ourselves some more Cav. Probably try a different color of horsey right here. Have another spearman guy, because at least as far as I know, that's what all of the Arnor Cav has, is the spears. I don't see anything else on their Cav. Hey there, Ryan. Hope that you're doing really well. Happy Thursday to you. I almost said happy Monday because, well, of course, I do have this other. Well, actually, I have multiple other ones prepped, but this one actually has some primer on it. And of course, let's see, the Kurzlook release for June, also Arnor. It's like, it's going to be all Arnor all the time as far as my STO fire releases. Oh, we also have, let's not forget, King Arvidui himself right there. We got him there. So, Ryan, as usual, you want to wait till maybe some more folks are in the chat there before we share some stuff. Armored Wolf, I don't think he's going to be with us tonight either because he's got that Ren Fair event going on. So, well, right now it's probably just, well, it's you and me and some other random folks right now. And we are going to randomly start to insert a little bit of, we'll say, mid-tones, dry brushy wise. Oh, Ryan, I was trying to get the third episode, the third episode of this filmed. I think the only way I'm going to get that done is, well, if I'm up all night test. I don't know if that's going to be done overnight tonight. I was hoping to have that ready to put up tomorrow, but I don't know about that. Hey there, Gigabyte. How you doing? Great to see you. So Gigabyte, I know you were looking to get that to a certain state of completion before you did any photos of it. Now, did you get it to that state of completion that you were wanting there? Because at least I think that was kind of the state of play there at the last stream. Let me see. Were we painting more? Oh, that's right. I think we were painting. Oh, we were painting Wolves of Isengard. That's right. You know, I might actually do a white horsey here because, yeah, maybe we'll give that a shot. What the heck? Well, that's well, Gigabyte. I guess, yeah. Well, that's okay, right? You can always make adjustments to it. And of course, too, the other thing is that, well, none of us would really know what it was that you're, what the, all of the little minute or, kind of things that you wanted to do were. So, yeah, don't be too hard on yourself, of course. We always say that, right? Don't be too hard on yourself. I know that can be difficult in itself, right? Because you really want things to kind of turn out the way you had visualized. Oh, that's right. The new Conquest Kickstarter that just went live today. I'm actually printing out. That's pretty much what I'm going to be printing all week and into the weekend is Conquest terrain. That would be his Kingdom of Asragor. So essentially, I'm doing that because, well, Arnor, right? So that could be used as, I would say, oh, what is that? Rudar. Hey there, Green Fairy Studio. Thank you so much. As always, appreciate that, Green Fairy. Oh, that's good, Gigabyte, because what's one of our... I almost said rules of acquisition. Well, what's one of our Book of Wample sayings, right? Perfection is the enemy of completion. So yeah, almost said rules of acquisition there. The only reason I said that is because it actually the Ferengi Star Trek Ascendancy, whatchamacallit, or the expansion box or whatever that is supposed to be coming this way. I have the Andorians. Now the Ferengi. So I don't have the actual game. It's for somebody else who, they they have a bunch of the expansions. They have the Borg and the Dominion War, all that stuff, but they weren't necessarily willing to get some of the other civs. And I thought, well, if I get those, then we just have them, right? And here we're just doing our lighter dry brushy stuff like usual. Actually, Green Fairy, have you had a chance to do any more of your Carnival terrain? And same thing there, Green Fairy, when there's more folks in the chat or whatever, please go ahead and post some of your pictures of that. So I'm going to leave the last spear guy here, so that, well, who knows, maybe we start him up later in the stream, but I also wanted to have that as a little bit of a nice little comparison there. Now again, active Zenithal, right? This is not your usual dead Zenithal stuff. It's active. It means we can work with it. We can do stuff with this. Like make it later. Oh, and that's a Radiant Indigo again there, Green Fairy. I literally should just I don't know, get another container and just literally write Indigo or no. Rare. Let's see. Was it no Brilliant Indigo or whatever on it? But we looked at the what comprises that, and there is no indigo in there. Oh, is that from Shifting Lands, Green Fairy? Sadly, have not had a chance to mess with that yet. Haven't had a chance to touch the airbrush yet. However, actually, Ryan, I'll send you, and Green Fairy, I'll send you guys pictures of the, well, basically the reconfigured matte cutting table, machine table, whatever you want to call it. I just call it a station. So that has been reconfigured. It saved a whole bunch of time. It saved money, and it saved on space. It was something I thought I might even have to do out in the garage. So it does mean matte cutting gets a little bit trickier, but such is life. Hey there, Megan. Let's see. Oh, Dungeons by Hand, a US-based guy. Similar to what the Shifting Land stuff is, but definitely... now see, thanks for that, Green Fairy, because I could never quite peg the accent. Denmark makes way more sense than Germany. That definitely makes more sense. So, Megan, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, Megan, we... well, I think you've called it Phoebe as well, right? Yeah, we kind of gave up on that a long, long time ago. Now, look at the difference. Look at the difference between those. How's about we get out our fabulous right over here? There you go. Look at that. That is the fabulous. Wow, I might need some more of that fabulous Perline Crimson there. Turn it into a glaze here. So great to see you there, Megan. Sorry it's so late. I apologize for that. It was just another one of those days where things didn't quite go exactly the way I was wanting them to. Now let me get a little bit more of the Perline Crimson out here. There we go. Because I think I might actually have some unexpecteds red color that he made. No, that's pretty darn similar. That is pretty darn similar. So we're just going to be doing this. I am convinced, Ryan, that this is saving at least 15% on time. Maybe as much as 20. This method right here. I mean, I think maybe some miniatures just more than others, but I still think there is a significant time savings. Oh, I don't have the Dark Sword figure here, do I? Oh, yeah, I do. So this thing, speaking of... This thing did go up earlier today, though. So this is a Dark Sword figure, a couple of different light sources. Hey there, Blades. Now, Blades, did you stream earlier today? I was trying to film things and do a bunch of other stuff, so if you did stream earlier today, I'm sorry that I missed it. Of course, everybody please give Blades81 a follow if you could. Green Fairy, that's kind of where, what was that, necessity, or no, desperation is the mother of invention, and it kind of started there. But then it's proved, even for things that maybe aren't super fragile. I mean, this is not exactly fragile right here. But in some ways, it's just a little bit easier doing this. Yeah. Now this army painting series, as you saw in the color test fig, this is traditional pre-glaze right here. Oh, Blades, I just had some fromage. Yeah, Blades, I just had fromage and beans. Oh gosh, I don't know. Literally right before I started the stream. So again, thanks for all the fromage. I think I saw the picture of Cooper there out on the veranda doing Cooper stuff. Let me get back to some more thinner here. Yeah, I'll just break that down a smidge and we'll get that going into here. No, wait, we'll wait just a second and we'll do this. Now, did I actually... Okay, no, we went full on burgundy there. We didn't go halvesies. Now, Blades, well, I think that series is over, right? So the Jays weren't getting any more easy wins. So yeah, I know that, I'm assuming that the Jays were able to get all 3 of the wins in that series, Blades. Which, I mean, I don't really know if it makes all that much difference, but it is still only May. You never know, Blades, with injuries and stuff. I've seen weirder things. I've seen much weirder things happen in baseball, so just kind of hanging around sometimes. As long as you're at least doing that, you got a chance. Let me see if I can stick me a little bit of our red down in there. So you did sweep that series. Well, at least you got them back on track for their historically bad season. So that is definitely a plus to take out of it. Now I don't know if Horns fan will be here. Oh, you know what? Well, I don't really know if that makes much of a difference at this point, but I'm just going to do it because I keep forgetting. Although I have to say, when I look at the Kurzlook stuff, I might have been better off going with the Kurzlook stuff for Arthidane. I don't know. It's we'll have to say. I still think I'm going to stick with the Kurzlook for the other 2 factions, for Rudar and Cardolan. Well, Blades again. Here's hoping that maybe again things turn around. Well, actually, it was, June swoon. So, I mean, it can go the other way, too. You can have that great start, super hot April, even May. You get into June, and all of a sudden, the wheels come off. I've seen that happen. That has always been referred to as the June swoon. Not sure if you've heard that one. Okay, yeah, let's get some of this over here. Still wondering if, well, let's see. Now, were they looking to expand Major League Baseball, or is there? Well, I know that this team is looking to move. I don't see them moving to Montreal. I don't know if there's been any progress on the whole potential of Montreal getting a team. It's possible. Now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to try and get a little bit of Van Dyke Brown, like so here. Breaking that down. That's going to go on the horsey here. like so. And again, we'll let that mix where maybe yeah, I was thinking of going actually with more like a white-ish horse, and for whatever reason, don't know why, no particular reason. So Ryan, actually Ryan, Green Fairy, Megan, if Blades, if you guys wanted to share stuff, we have some more folks in the chat now. Yeah, I have not actually heard anything from Armored Wolf in at least 4 days, but I know that there's a run fair thing going on, and they're probably doing 12 performances a day, and I think that's not really leaving a whole lot of time for anything else. Gonna just hit the saddle there. Getting a little bit of the Mars Black into the Van Dyke Brown. Just going to hit this spear here. Lance. I think they might be calling them war spears. Not 100% on that one, but I think that is what they're calling them. So yeah, I have a feeling that just lots and lots of stuff going on there. Now I do suspect that the next couple of streams will involve some Arnor stuff, since that's what I've been prepping. There's other stuff that I was trying to get prepped, didn't get a chance to do that. So again, there's a kind of a lot going on. Trying to do a lot of stuff on the house here, and that is taking up a bunch of time. So you can see that how that's mixing together there. That is not typically what we're doing. I see, look at that. See, it's mixing together. That is not what we're typically doing with our glazy things, but that's kind of how the secondary glazes are now. Alright, let's leave him. Let's go back to Malbeth. Now here we're going to try and give him some kind of dark robes, right? Because black and burgundy. Oh, we could have gone a black robe on Malbeth. That would have been, I think that would have been more of a, would have been more like Ruda or something. Blades, yeah, let's see, I think I maybe have one more can of the maple beans left. Maybe one more of those, because obviously we love that combo, right? Something about the maple beans are super fantastic. And I still have some cans of the blackberry ginger ale. Kind of been saving those. Yeah, I've been trying to save those, preserve them for as long as possible. Finding that other stuff, which I haven't found since, that touch of fruit stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen that since when I got those couple of cases there. Well, Gigabyte, that should be super fun. That should be very fun. Here's hoping that, that's right, well, we still have an hour and 18 minutes to Friday here. For Megan and Blades, definitely much closer. Yeah, Blades, I need to just look on Amazon and see if there is a way to get it there. Maybe through the Whole Foods instead of actually just through, well, regular Amazon. Because that's what, when Kathy was sick, that's where we were getting a lot of stuff was actually there. Because even though the grocery store was a block and a half away, sometimes walking over there even was too long of a thing. Let's see what I actually found some very interesting stuff on Amazon. Now, who knows when it shows up tomorrow? It might not show up in time to really do anything before the stream, but it's some potential stuff for photographing miniatures, which could be super, super helpful, especially for, well, all of the videos and stuff where I have to photograph upwards of a dozen of these things. So that could be very helpful. And of course, should that prove interesting, I'll actually, Megan and Blades, I'll send you guys some links. Same thing there, Ryan and Green Fairy. Just some stuff that I got on Amazon. I basically tried 3 different types. One is clear, one is black, another one is white. Now, I kind of like the wood finish ones, but those, you could only order 12 of them. And I didn't want to order 12 of those and not like them. So I've got 6 each of the other ones, and if they prove to be nice or useful, I'll maybe get some more, and I'll shoot you guys some links on those. Obviously, for single figures, not so important. But if you're looking like me to shoot images of, I don't know, at least a dozen, could be very helpful. So you can see how that's it's not super shiny anymore. It's kind of already started to lose some of that shininess. So Green Fairy, I was just thinking, all of your brimstone stuff and everything else. I thought, maybe that could also be somewhat useful for you. All right, where's my... There's my violet. That gets in there, starts creating that amber look. That's the Indian yellow. And the violet, and maybe even a teensy touch of the asphaltum. See what that's going to do. Yeah, Green Fairy, I thought you had a bunch there. Actually, and again, Ryan, if you wanted to share some of your painted stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So again, this is just our secondary pre-glade. I don't even know, still searching for a term. Of course, well, Green Fairy, you got the, was it the oil slap chop there? Just see, how many months would you say you've been spending on the Carnival stuff there, Green Fairy? Maybe the last 3-ish months or so? So Gigabyte, the interference colors, it really does depend on what's kind of underneath them. I tend to not just use them as is. I tend to mix those with other things. And we did that here as well. Now, there was obviously a preponderance of the interference green up there, preponderance of the interference violet there. Here, there was a bit of the blue, a bit of the red, but it was also mixed with regular colors too. So was that series 40, I think, was the Tyranids, maybe? Something like that. Now, this is actually picking up some of the opaque stuff, so I actually have to go back there, kind of refresh that brush a bit. So only 2 months. Well, let's see. Oh, geez, now it's actually almost been 9 weeks. Yeah, because I think, well, maybe Adepticon ended, what, about the 27th or so? Again, it's, anything that wasn't yesterday is 1,000 years ago. But obviously it wasn't all that long ago, right? Where's my... okay, this will get... we'll do that up here on whatever that is. And maybe we'll make that glowing. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. That wasn't the original plan, but it might be interesting if it was. Yeah, so we might be doing a little change of pace on that. Yeah, I didn't even think about doing a glowy thing up there, so that might change. Let's see. Yeah, Gigabyte, do a test swatch. Obviously, the darker primer for sure. I still haven't had a chance to do the experiment where I take the interference up and mix it with lighter opaque colors and metallic stuff to essentially create what is almost like a shimmering silk color. Now remember, that's what we were going to do for Saruman of Many Colors, was actually try to use the interference colors in some way like that. Just trying to shoot me some more of that dark in there, maybe even on those. And now, yeah, we'll leave that alone. Now let's just start firing in some lighter colors on Mr. Haas right here. Let's see if we can do that, turning this into basically a glorified filbert brush. Yeah, Green Fairy, it's clearly we haven't done enough object source lighting lately. We only had 2 miniatures on the last stream with the object source lighting, so clearly we got to get caught up, right, Green Fairy? I mean, it's not like we do videos with, well, 2 light sources, right? And by the way, that magenta, that is, well, no, I was thinking, oh, do I do a magenta glow on his thing? I don't think so. But I think I've got to come up with an army where we're actually doing a magenta glow. I'm not quite sure what that would be. Obviously, well, something like rats or whatever, that would be a greenish glow. Ah, look at this. See all that stuff just kind of mixing in with this? Look at that. It's all just kind of mixing together here. Very, very fun. So it's kind of giving it that warmer brown, which is very nice. Let's get that down here. Actually going to take some of this here off with a brush. I might need to get me some more paper towels. So paint has been removed. So now it literally is just plop and push here. Now, so Megan, if you wanted to share any pictures in the chat, I know you've been working on the Kathy figure there and appreciate that. And of course, Blades, I know you were just you were working on the Goblin too. So I appreciate everybody doing those. Now, this might look really, really light. Guess what? This is not all that light. This is essentially, I don't know, maybe a light gray. Nowhere near white. Trust me on that. We got ourselves a ways to go before it ever gets to, well, white. Trying to make the tail a little bit more of a gray. And what's there, again, mix. Again, look at it. See how dark that brush is getting there? That starts to get darker and darker. Yeah, I'm going to grab me a little more of this. And we'll put a little bit more down there. So over there. So that's a pouch over there. Got to remember that. We'll get some of our Prussian blue up there on the spear point. Now, is this setting? Okay, so we're still waiting on that to set a little bit. I can maybe start fooling around with this. Pearline, crimson, and whatever is on the brush. That already starts to get a little bit opaque. Yeah, maybe we don't have that super, but I think we should maybe do a little bit of a glowy thing there. So again, that's going to change. No, I'll use this. I'll use this here. Essentially the same thing that we did on the horse. That is what's happening here. Just to start getting a little bit of a lighter crimson here. But again, if we're going to be doing some glowy stuff there, that changes all this other stuff. So I'm not going to get too involved with that. We will head back over here then. And maybe now we'll get something on the spear point that's got, well, maybe some Prussian blue, some indigo in it, whatever. Something like that. Prussian blue. Geez, I guess we're gonna maybe need to put some more indigo out here. That's there. Maybe a little thinner starts to also kind of reactivate that a bit too. All right, get some of the junk out of there. Just gonna throw some of this on there. There you go, just a little something there. Nothing crazy. Oh, that's the other thing that I kind of need to just get a little bit of that. That's our gold glaze down in there. I forgot all about that stuff. Now, how's about we get some Terra Rosa? That is going to go on the pouch and some of the saddle stuff. Maybe even over here. Also maybe on that. Over here. Now just chuck it on the reins. Is this another one of those? No, okay, so there it actually got sculpted, unlike our Argadir, where that didn't actually ever get sculpted. Oh, these are from the Printing Goes Ever On, by the way. Just so you know. I'm just going to take this, and we're just going to chuck that on there just to darken that up, and then we'll go back to our sort of gold stuff here on this little line of the trim. So there we go. I mean, this is really, it's not technically any different than what we would do with the with our pre-glaze, right? It's just we kind of inverted. Instead of starting with the pre-glaze, we started with the dry brush stuff, which normally happens after the pre-glaze. And again, something like this, where that horsey is just attached by those two hooves right there, that's kind of on the fragile side. It does mean, and also too, again, it all started here with this kitty right here. I still have to print out some more of these, especially the last Anubis, which we never did. I think it was the Anubis with the bow, maybe. Yeah. Might have been the Anubis with the bow that we still have to do yet. I'm going to set you aside. Maybe we will grab this brush and we're going to grab ourselves a little bit of our fast matte white here. And now we're going to start powering this in here to really start making Mr. Horsey a bit lighter. You can see how we very carefully mixed a precise color and of course follow that up with super precision brush strokes. So Gigabyte, we also used this on the initial Bretonnian figures. We did, what, 3 Pegasus Knights so far? 3 Pegasus Knights, the Green Knight, we did the Lady, the Enchantress. Where's that one? Here he is. So yeah, we did the same method on all of the... Yeah, so we've done... Well, no, maybe it's only 2 Pegasus Knights. Yeah, we've done 2 Pegs and the Green Knight, and then, of course, the Enchantress and such. Yeah, Green Fairy, I was trying to tell somebody, they were asking me these questions on YouTube and such, and I could tell that they were basically using the oils like super slow drying acrylics. They hadn't adopted hashtag no layers, right? Green Fairy, for sure. There was still some layering going on. That's for sure. Okay, now let's back away from that. Let's see if we can find ourselves another brush that hopefully is nice and soft here that we can use for some blending here. Let's give this a shot. There we go. Again, hashtag no layers. No reason to do that. Well, it's just about Friday now for Megan and for Blades. Here we still have over an hour to go yet. For some folks, there's maybe even a couple hours to go yet. Yeah, geez, I can only imagine green. I'm even just thinking the drying, well, the not drying time. Should we call it that? As in the never gonna dry time? Because, yeah, I know some folks, they would say, well, it took weeks and weeks for it to dry. And I'd say, well, I have a feeling maybe this was the case. And sure enough, that was usually the case, is a bazillion layers, one after the other after the other. Yeah, agreed. I just, I wish that I was able to, I don't know, come up with some of the handy little sayings sooner for some folks. Now here, I'm actually getting some of that go. Got on the brush. I'm actually pushing some of that into some of the fur here. And now that we've kind of got the backdrop laid for, let me see if we can start to now go even maybe a bit on the lighter side here. Let's see if we can do that. Can't forget those. Can't forget the ears. Once again, as you can see, very, very carefully creating a only slightly lighter color. Yeah, or not. Or not. And we're just gonna pop this stuff on there, like you see here. Can't let that mix with what's already on the horsey. Yeah, green fairy. I actually did find a couple of them. Well, actually, I think I found maybe 3 oil paintings. And I was working on that, reconfiguring that table. And one of them was done exclusively with a palette knife. So that was super different. There was a point where I was virtually painting only with a palette knife, if you can believe that. Yeah, let me sneak a little bit more of the light there. And of course, we want to give these a little bit of time to set before we actually try to do a little bit of blendy stuff on there. Who knows, maybe we even want to keep some of the fur texture that we've kind of painted on there. Hit Mr. Tail right there. Yeah, Green Fairy was. Now imagine painting the Enterprise D and a planet underneath it, orbiting a planet only with a palette knife. That was a bit of a challenge. I think maybe some of the small windows or something like that, maybe I did do with a brush, but the vast majority of it was done with a palette knife. And it was not a big painting either. Maybe 11 by 14 max. Now more of our white over here again on the horsey. Like so. Sneak some more of that up in here. Where are we at? There we are. So again, just a fast matte white, nothing snazzy or fancy or whatever here. So yeah, no idea when we'll be seeing Armored Wolf here again. I have a feeling that this has been even much busier show than they normally are. So again, I'm waiting on this, right? We're not going after that just yet. We're giving that some time to set. Here, let me get a little bit more thinner into that. So just again start breaking that down a little bit. Back there. So you can see that now some of the direction these brushstrokes are going could, in theory, result in some fur texture. Oh, that's right. I will throw some of the floral magenta out there for our flowers, because I really did like how that worked out. Now it's been long enough since I painted the original, was there 5 of them? No, 6 of them, yeah. So Gigabyte, that would be the Alkyd stuff. I've done several videos on that already. I'm not a fan of the Alkyd medium at all, because that it's going to increase the shininess by orders of magnitude. So it's not even practical for me to stream or even film. So I've given up on those. However, the Alkyd paints, and that would be, well, sadly you can only get fast matte white now, but you can get the Griffins, and there's also the CAS Alkyds. So yeah, getting the paints that have the Alkyds in them, that's better. However, the cost you pay there is that they don't have the staining. So even, let's say, like an Indian yellow in the Alkyds does not have the same staining power that it does just as, say, a regular Indian yellow does. So that is the price of that, which is negated by the fact that I'm not doing pre-glaze. So since I'm not doing pre-glaze, I don't have to worry about, oh, it's got less staining power. So yeah, Green Fairy, that's another thing that factors into this method, as I just employ the Alkyd paints that much more. And the only reason is that it does make the streams a little bit easier, but also the other thing is that the figures that I do paint on stream, they dry so much faster. It means I can get the magnets on them and get them in cases faster. So again, just dropping some of the weight on there. We're going to start, again, I'm waiting for some of that to set so that we can get to the to our golds there to kind of lighten those up a little bit and get some of the lighter stuff going. And then just going to stick in with the horsey for right now. So yeah, Green Fairy, remember the one, oh gosh, it was a bust, and it practically turned the colors into like a candy finish, and it did say that. It said that the paint would have almost an enamel-like quality to it. It was interesting. Not a fan of it at all. I've tried the Galkyd, and I think that was the Galkyd. And then the other stuff, I don't remember what. Oh, it was the Michael Harding or whatever it was. The walnut oil based. Remember that? Yeah, that was a bit of a catastrophe too. Well, that was a much bigger catastrophe. The Galkyd stuff wasn't terrible. That walnut oil stuff was not great at all. Did not like that. Because not only did it add the shininess, to me it didn't really do anything. So that just didn't make any sense to continue fooling around with that. Now maybe again on terrain pieces or something that I'm not filming videos with, or what, maybe I use it there. Essentially, I would rather just get more of the Griffin stuff and go with that. Or, the CAS Alkyds. Because I won't be doing a pre-glaze on terrain, that's for sure. And I wish I could get the airbrush stuff going, but I kind of had to create these other areas first. Now I think this is finally starting to set a little bit more, so now we can start to play with... there's my Mars Yellow Deep there. Can start maybe getting some opaque stuff going on here. Again, in these areas where we want to have the golds, be a bit lighter. We gotta think of a horizon line here. And this is by no means the lightest of our golds. We will certainly be going lighter than that, but we just want to again get some of the opacity in here. A little bit of mid-tone. Horsey's armor here, that's definitely much more on the wet side. Just chuck some of that into here. Do we get... no, we need to get some over there. I kept thinking that was a misprint, but I don't actually think it's a misprint. I think... because I look at some of... now that I've prepped more of these, I think he did try to put a little bit of damage on some of the shields. So I think that's actually what that's meant to be. Is some actual, say, battle damage as opposed to a misprint or whatever, or something broke off. It can take a little while when you're printing out a new release to kind of really get a handle for exactly what was meant to, as far as the sculptor's intent. Get some more of this now here, yeah. Oh yeah, the helmet sure needs some of that. We'll have to start thinking about some skin tones on him as well. Now, let's do something on the... just play here on the Horsey. Boy, that is not a very light color, but next to all the dark that we had, it sure does look very light. Now here we're going to get that line established there between the light and the shadow. That's going to also have to be more of at least a mid-tone right there. We'll also get some of the greens into our golds because, well, that's what we always do, right? Greens and violets into our golds. Now, let me see if I can't play with this thing here. Maybe we'll do some asphaltum in there too. Got this pouch here. Right next to the saddle. I think that's actually a buckle. So this is not Indian yellow. We did do, well, we did our lighter dry brushy thing. Then we took Indian yellow, and we took a little bit of our violet, and even a touch of asphaltum. Made the darker glaze over that. And now we've got essentially the Mars Yellow Deep going over that now. So actually I haven't touched with the exception of doing the glazy stuff, that was the only time we really got into the Indian Yellow so far anyway. See you later there, Green Fairy Studios. I hope you have yourself a sensational Friday. Thanks for being here, as always. Appreciate that. So have yourself a good one. More of that. There we go. What can we do? Let's see if I could sneak a little bit of that over there also. Over here. Also up there. Now, when we start getting into our really lights, then we will start to sneak in some Indian yellow, fast matte white together. Now I'm going to try and get a little bit of that onto the horse's fur. We have what's funny is there's so many reds and warm colors on here that neutral color of the fur actually looks cooler. It almost looks like maybe we had some indigo in there, but no. Just Van Dyke brown. That's it, which of course compared to some of these colors is very neutral slash on the cooler side. Let me see if I can get me a little bit of this over there. Yeah, just a little something on his arm there. I think I could start to play around with some of the lighter stuff in the Pearline Crimson here on the shield, on his cloak and such. And here maybe we do paint that a little bit on the rougher side to maybe indicate there's some battle damage on that shield here and there. Let's see what we can do up here. I might still do a little bit, yeah, I'll do a little bit of freehand on the tunic here, or jerkin. Just, again, it's a sort of a dry brush on there. They've sort of turned this thing into an ultra micro filbert. Like so, and maybe get a little bit more thinner on there. And there. Some more here. Let's get a little bit out there too. And like I said, with the roses, I'll snag some of my. I already have the Pearline Red out there, not Pearline Crimson, Pearline Red. We'll use that. We'll combine that with that floral magenta, and that really creates quite the intense rose color for sure. Now, how is this guy doing here? Is okay, we're getting a little bit less shiny over there. I might even here do this. I'm just going to take this makeup sponge, and we're just going to do that. That will hasten that. We're also going to take away a little bit of the red over there too. Just reasons. I might, yeah, let me get a little bit something lighter. Ooh, that might be too light. Okay. I think maybe that's about where we can go with the lightest of our, well, essentially a burgundy here. So this is one of 3 color schemes. Essentially, black is part of all the 3 color schemes. So this is burgundy and black. This is orthidane for Cardolan. We will do, we're going to do, what was that? Oh yeah, it was going to be Indanthrone blue. So a very deep blue and black. And then for Rudar, we were going to do basically black and white, which is a color combo that I might have tried once or twice, but never on any kind of an army. And I suppose you could say, not Imperial Fist, what am I thinking? Black Templars. I've painted exactly, I think, 3 Black Templar Marines, so that's not been something I've done a lot of. One of them was one of our tutorials on the Patreon page. That was part of our series. We call it Chapter Studies. He's around here somewheres. Where did he go? He's hiding here somewhere. Can't go. There he is. There he is. So yeah, this is part of our Chapter Studies series. So, well, think something like that. That's pretty much what Rudar is going to look like. Something like Black Templars. So if that is a red, that's going to be red. That's black. That one's red. That's black. That one is red. Now, before I forget, I'm going to change the other ones right now, because otherwise I will forget. Also, it is time maybe to put some really super dark stuff in some of the golds, which would maybe mean asphaltum, and perhaps some of our violet there. So violet, that's Fulton. That is a pretty that's a very rich, deep sort of amber type color there. Yeah, we can't have all just light and middle tone. We're gonna again get some of our deeper, richer darks into here. We're not doing a black lining or anything like that. It's not the goal here. Yeah, Gigabyte, it can be a little crazy, right? Trying to explain to folks, we say, well, that's not black. And I'd say, well, most of us in this, what would you say, in this kind of this world, we wear lots of black t-shirts, don't we? None of which are ever, like you say, they're never really black, right? And it can be very difficult to get folks to understand. I'll tell them, look, just take your black shirt, take some photos of you in your black shirt, and really take a look and tell me how much of that is actually not just, well, a form of gray, right? That's about the only way to really convince folks. I'm even going to get some of that up here. So again, that is just to really go very strong on some of our darks here with the golds. Let's get that on the horse's armor here. Now I'm gonna, which of these? Is this something I could use as a micro blending brush? I guess so. There we are. So again, just pushing that around like you do. Alright, now I think we can maybe swing back around. Just again, waiting for it to set a little bit more, but we will. I guess we'll go with maybe a blue or turquoise there. Hey there, Valfera, how you doing? So Valfera, hopefully things are relatively back up to speed again, and anything that was wonky, anything that got nicked during all the craziness maybe is now kind of back to where it should be. I was hoping there were no more mustard incidents since the last stream there. So great to see you there, Valfera. I think Valfera, I sent you some pictures of the area that I was working on, where it was, and some of the, oh yeah, I think I showed you some of the old paintings that I found. The old Star Trek paintings, the old B5. So it was almost another one of those archaeological digs, Valfera. Oh, by the way, this is actually not the lightest of our yellow either. So remember, so Gigabyte, I was saying that when we get into the lighter stuff here, it would basically be Indian yellow, fast matte white. That's pretty much what we got going here on the brush is the Indian yellow, fast matte white combination. Let me see. Now, boy, Valfera, I mean, that was kind of a, what would you say? That's one of those level 10 crazy things right there. That's, so sorry about that. And of course, Valfera, that's, and I was just talking with a neighbor where in 2016, where not did the street only flood, but I mean, it literally was like an actual flood. I mean, the street was like Venice. The water was going all the way to the base of the houses. And again, having lived here a significant portion, never saw water coming into these parts of the houses. But it did this time. So Valkyria, really, again, sorry that you had to deal with that. And you get again, a little bit more of our lighter golds into here now. We have to kind of create a light, dark, light thing going on. We also have to get some of our oranges in the gold. Remember that. That's a kind of a key thing that we've done on some of these. Boy, Velfira, well, you and I, we've talked about it once or twice because insurance has kind of been a part of our lives the last few years between us. And you really start to wonder exactly why am I paying for this? And you pay it, and then when you actually need it, they're like, oh, well, yeah, no, not so much. That just kind of questions the whole thing, right, Valfira? You say, okay, what exactly why have I been doing this all these years then? If when I actually need the stuff, no, not so much. Hello there, Mom. I hope that you're doing well. Great to see you again there, Mom. But let's see. Well, it won't be too long before there's, I'm sure, another yummy supper on its way, courtesy of Recoil. So everybody please say hello to Recoil's mom. So great to see you there, Mom. I can, let's see. Well, happy Friday. Yeah, most definitely Friday for you. Well, actually, soon it'll be closer to Saturday for you. We are getting a little bit thinner on this, right? Thin sticks to thick, vice versa. And I think you can start to see the difference some of that starts to make on our golds here. Yeah, Valfira, that was why I dreaded, well, with the life insurance after the experience with the car insurance. Wonderful folks there, right? But sorry, Valfira, that it's... You kind of hope, okay, maybe we can get a little bit of assistance here to make some of this easier. But not so much. Now here again, we're trying to get a little bit of, we might throw some of that on some of the buckles over there. We got some armor on his leg that probably has no lights on it. There's some right there. Actually, Valfira, obviously the spell monster got to that word, but when you wrote that, all I could think of was meringue, because Kathy's sister Karen showed me pictures of these meringues that she made. It wasn't what are the macaroons? It was literally like a meringue frosting, but they kind of looked like roses. She was actually trying to almost do a little something sculptural out of them, and they looked very tasty. They had kind of a bit of a semi-crispy outside, but the inside was all nice and soft. Yeah, that was, I'll have to see if I can find that picture and send that to you. Okay, that's good, Rico's mom. And like I said, I'm sure that Recoil has conjured up something mighty tasty there, because that's what Recoil does. Yeah, Velfred, the same thing happened to my brother. He had it. He said, well, I kind of need it now. And they said, no, not so much. Let me see if I can scare... Yeah, some yellow down in there. So I think you can see this starting to look very different, right? And again, it's one of those things where, well, don't blink, because it happens mighty quick, like the Weeping Angel says, right, right, Valfira? It happens super quick. Where did that angel go? It says, yeah, it'd be easier to blink if you had, oh, I don't know, something like eyelids. Yeah. Oh, good. Safety first. What do you mean? Like, yeah, all the other dudes, they were pointing those lances right in my eyes. It's like, well, maybe you could wear safety goggles. Well, someone would have to sculpt me safety goggles. Hey there, Steve. Nice to see you again. Yeah, definitely. No, for sure, Valfira. Yeah, again, thanks for sending that. It's always nifty to see stuff like that. Ooh, let me see if I can scare up again a little bit more of that lighter stuff there. Again, the more that sets, the more we'll be able to do with it. Get some more thinner on this here too, I think. There we go. Yeah, Valfera, there's been a couple of times in the last few days where the autocorrect, it only changed one word, and it wasn't necessarily going to be an obvious word because there was supposed to be an ironic twist to it. So literally an entire paragraph of stuff brought down because the stupid thing changed one word. I swear at least about 20% of all my messages have a little follow-up thing that says, such and such, stupid phone, because I'm trying to let them know that, yeah, that word was not right. That was not what was typed. And the phone just sort of changed it into something crazy. Nice to see you there, Zach. So Steve and Zach, happy Saturday, or happy, Thursday/Friday. So, like I said, I think we're going to be focusing on some Arnor stuff here for these next couple of streams. I'm going to see if I can't actually get some of the other stuff ready so that we can try our other color scheme. Thank you so much for the gift subs there, Zach. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zach. Now, this is actually, if you're seeing this is looking different, it is. Just to try and stay awake, I have combined Code Red and rum. So yeah, just with sleep being so crazy of late, we have Code Red and rum together. Now basically the rum that I end up getting is Kraken. There's like 5 or 6 other ones, but they tend to run significantly more expensive, so that's why we kind of roll with that. So thanks, Zach. Of course, Zach, if you want to share any of your ReaperCon info, all your classes and such that you're going to be doing there, yeah, go ahead and share that if you wanted to. Let me see if we can also... Oh boy, that might be a little much, Lee, but we're going to do it anyways. We're going to do it anyways. So thanks, Zach. Really appreciate that. Boy, but it's hard to believe that in 28 minutes here, it's already going to be May 31st. That is insane. Which obviously now I have to start talking about the birthday stream. Gee whiz. Now in the past I have done... I think I did some 2D art on one of the birthday streams. That's right. I no idea what I'll be doing then. I don't even know what day it falls on. So Valfira, there's like a spiced rum version, and then there's the regular version. I just get the regular one. I tried the spiced rum. I just I don't know. It didn't seem to have quite the same zip to it. So I just get the regular stuff. I think actually usually the spice rum was less. Now the spice rum is, or no, it was more. Now the spice rum is less. I don't know why. But there's one kind of in a dark, almost like a black jar, and then the Kraken has more of a kind of a paper label on it. And that's it's got that lighter label, so that's the one that I've been getting. Now I gotta start getting some of that orange stuff in here. Let me and you can also see some of the greenish grays. So, oh yeah, I can really see the green in there compared to this. So I could get some of that green in there. Also, again, some of the orange. But let's go for the green here. So everybody, please check out those tabletop events thing. Again, that's for ReaperCon. That is coming up Labor Day weekend. So for folks that will be going to ReaperCon, please check that out. And again, Zach has some really fun stuff that he'll be doing there at ReaperCon. And again, that's Labor Day weekend in Denton, Texas. For all you folks going there. Let's see if I can't shoot a little bit of the green. Oh, you know what? I'm going to toss some other. Why? Because there's a lot of green. You can see it. So you can see the difference, right? So all of that stuff that's gray, which I'm not going to bother painting. Why? Because of that. I mean, almost everything on there is covered with either ground cover, leaves, tufts, whatever. So there's something covering that. So no Valfair, no anti-shine required there. It's just that this paint obviously is, well, it's wet, right? It's very, very fresh. So no anti-shine. I'm trying to think the last thing I used anti-shine on. Wow, you know, I think the last thing I used anti-shine on was that, remember that crazy bust where we tried to use the, what is that stuff, the Galkids? That's the last time I can remember using the army painter. Well, yeah, maybe there might have been one figure where I was using some phthalo green, but otherwise that might be it. Now again, see, we got some of the green in there. Oh, that Zach, that's all kidding aside, that could be very helpful for some folks. Yeah, so again, everybody please check out, again, it's kind of a critique and discussion seminar right there. Again, that's by Zach, so everybody please check out, especially if you're going to ReaperCon Labor Day weekend. Now, okay, that's maybe that's it with the green. Let's get to some of our orange here. So Valfair, oh gosh, where is it here? That's the Pearline Crimson, and it's a very unusual color. It's hard to peg down Valfair. If you said, so what are it? It's almost like the Radiance, right? Where we say it's fairy dust because we really don't know what the heck it is about the Radiance. We just know there's something different about them, and that sort of pulls the same way when we're talking about that Pearline Crimson. Actually, gee whiz, if I can't locate my, what was it, the Purple Matter, I'm just going to get me another tube of that, because again, that might be at the house where I was doing the murals. But I think it's time to test that against, say, the Pearline Crimson. I seem to remember the Purple Matter as being a Series 1 color versus a Series 6. And of course, we're talking about a Williamsburg Series 6, which means it's more like a Winsor Newton Series 8. So that is something I might have to snag another tube of that. I mean, it wouldn't be horrible to have another one. It's a nifty little color. But it has some similarities to the Pearline Crimson because it's one of those, when you mix it with anything that's opaque, it is massively transformed. I mean, all colors change when they're exposed to an opaque color. They're like a dark translucent. And of course, that one also has staining properties. Now here's another place we gotta get some of that green, is right in there. That's it. Again, it's green down here, right? Ooh, you know what? Let me start fooling around with our foliage here. Now we are going to get a little bit of the Indian yellow into this. So the Perline Crimson, that's the Series 6 Valfira. The Perline Red is not the cheapest. However, I don't even know if Williamsburg has that. That's a gambling color, and it's a Series 3. So that's more like a Winsor Newton Series 3. Probably more like a Series 2 Williamsburg. I mean, I don't know if I'm not so sure that Williamsburg is that much more expensive really than the other ones. Maybe I'm just thinking it is. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult because you can't be, there's no actual side-by-side pricing unless you've got them in your cart. And you really look hard to see, are they Series 1, are they Series 2, whatever. Now here again, using the micro blending brush. Using that micro blending brush. This is kind of the initial lighter greens here. We can go certainly lighter than this. And then again, we will be putting the magenta on the palette so that we can really hit those roses and make them nice and juicy. But I'm pretty sure that purple matter is just a Series 1. Brown matter is just a Series 1. Now, of course, where did you go? Is this you? Nope. Where are you hiding? There you are. I've been looking for this forever. I only found it in the Richardson. Is that a Series 3? Yeah, so it's a Series 3 there, too. Again, I think Richardson is really more Winsor Newton Gamlin price level. Now again, we will be getting to this one. I'm just waiting on a little bit more. So there's a little bit of shiny there. We're waiting for that to set. Hey there, Bithron. Great to see you there, Bithron. Bithron, that vehicle was looking really good. I don't know if you have it. I know you sent me the pics of it, but if you got it up on Insta, if you wanted to share that. Yeah, Bithron, I haven't even had a chance to open those boxes still. Not even a chance. But however, I do. Oh, Bithron, I'll have to print out some of that Stalingrad terrain. Ooh, I wonder. I'm almost wondering if I should. Well, it would take no time at all to print that out on the. Here, let me get some of my Mars Yellow Deep there. It would take me no time at all to print that at 1/100th scale on the FDM printer, right? Yeah. Maybe I should do that. I could have me a whole Flames of War scale Stalingrad in no time. Now, just trying to get some of the lighter greens here in a few places there. On the roses, like I said, then we'll grab the magenta fluorescent. We'll throw that out there with the Perline Red. And those roses will really start to stand out. So Bithron, I found out today that Kurzlook is going to do yet another chapter in their Arnor series. And I'm thinking, well, again, it's I'm pretty sure the way he has it visualized, you could basically do almost all 3 Arnor kingdoms with just the Kurzlook files. Get some more of that lighter green here. And I might go one more touch lighter there on just a few select leaves that are way up here. Something like that. So, Bithron, if you want to share some of your other terrain stuff, I think you were, speaking of which, I think you were gonna try and get back to the tiles again and see if those could be squared up a little bit there with the getting rid of the warpage. I know you kind of have to make as much hay as you can right now before the work hours ramp up again. There we go. All right, that is what I'm looking for right here. This little bit of extra, light there on that on the leaves. And before we get into the roses themselves. Yeah, boy, it's hard to believe. Jeez, Bithra, it's already going to be Friday. Well, now we got 16 minutes to Friday here. Not long before Friday strikes. Now let me get some of this green also up here. So it's a lighter color, but it also has that touch of green to it. We will have to do some free-handy stuff there. In fact, I might even just fool around with that now. Might even do that right now while we're thinking about it. That would just be simple. Just doing that. Nothing crazy. Mars yellow deep. Some of this. Break it down. And here, let me... No, I'm gonna... There we go. Let me make sure we start to lay out where the 4 points of our little compass. It's almost like a compass rose. I want to do this. And now I know the size that my circle can be, which of course I can adjust on the fly if need be. And of course it is mixing with that burgundy that's there, which is just fine because in effect that shades it. I think this actually might not even be. Let me take a look-see here for a different one of these. I don't know, maybe it is not a different one, but no, definitely not that one. Now, I guess we could see what we can do with this one here. Just sort of indicating some of this for right now, and then we'll have to let that set there. So that just sets there. Now, let me see what we can do with our shield here. Neutral gray on that. Guess we'll go a little lighter here. Well, that's cool, Bithron. Oh yeah, Bithron. The one terrain piece was it was the one that I printed out for Little Wars, and I did in the video. I've got at least 2 or 3 other of his pieces. Obviously, he has a bunch more that I can get to. Okay, alright, let me get some of the paint off of here, and we're just gonna push all that together here, like so. Back to this green. And I'd actually use maybe some of that to lighten up, so it's a cooler green now. Actually, it was. Oh, Zach, that's going to be interesting then. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Zach posted. Again, the critique thing, and that will take. Speaking of contest, that will take place before the Reaper painting at least before the judging, which I think is that Saturday afternoon, Zach. Well, no, it's more like, is it Friday night? Because I swear it's Saturday at 9 or something like that, right? Or 8 o'clock when they announce all of the awards and stuff. So again, you can see that green in there now. Indian yellow, more of the fast matte white here. Really, really gonna break that down best as I can here. So I'm trying to think that the creature caster. What the heck was that? Oh, the resin beast. That was the first. Was the first contest in well, I guess there was the online Lord of the Rings contest that I did. Because that is not going to be an in-person thing, because that's meant for folks from all over the world. Let me see if I can get me a little touch of light on the end of this thing now. Well, that was not quite where that was supposed to go. It's weird, Zach, because I used to do the judging on that. All I know is that it was a big rush. Oh, it had to be Friday because that's when they would be doing the pizza thing. And we would have to try and snarf down as much of that as we could and then run over and do the judging. That's right. And actually the whatchamacallit, the mithril brush, that's what it was called. That was also kind of a, well, you were paired up in brackets and you were against one person, not up against everybody. And then you had to advance bracket by bracket all the way to the finals. What do we got going here? They got this. Also this. More of our light up there on these little stars. Also up there. Oh, and by the way, an hour and a half ago, these guys had no paint on them. So yeah, there's that too. Now let me scare up some of that magenta stuff here. Where did you go? Is this you? Yeah. So we're gonna throw some of this out there. I'll get to get you in 1 second there, Zach. Again, Armored Wolf not here tonight. So we'll do this here. So yeah, Zach. Now here it was totally random, and yeah, there was no way to know. You just had to. You never knew who you were going to advance to. It was all completely random. So yeah, there was no way to know in advance. Which made, again, a very, very interesting. Well, that's kind of how it still works to this day. Alright, so here we're going to start getting some of our lighter stuff here on our roses. I might still do that semi-opaque perline red, not perline crimson, perline red wash. Yeah, Zach, you never quite know what it's going to choose. There's other stuff that you would think, wow, it would probably go after that. And then there's other stuff where it said, what in the world did it see there? But yeah, unfortunately, Armored Wolf not able to be here with us, so I'll react to it as fast as I can. Continuing again to add this sort of magenta here that really does intensify the roses very quickly. Fast matte white. Okay, that was a little bit more of the Perline red than I was looking for. So let's try this. Maybe that will be enough. Do we want to leave it at that level of thickness? Because, of course, again, with the oils, thin sticks too thick and vice versa. I think that's just about the right level of thickness there. Valeferret, well, I saw at Charity, she had a whole big post of them performing at obviously a Ren fair. And if actually the last several weeks, he's actually been at rehearsals. So that's why you haven't, even though he was there, you didn't really see a whole bunch from him because he was actually very, very much occupied at the rehearsals. And he's probably in whatever leftover time there is trying to get work done. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more. Yeah, again, the lighter rose color in here. Let me catch a little bit more of the light on this side now. I was going to try to do some of the creature caster stuff that I had prepped, but don't know where that is right now. So that will have to wait, because no idea where in the world that stuff is. All of the unprepped creature caster stuff, I know exactly where that is. All the prep stuff, don't know where that is. Let me see if I can also here. Let me try to lighten up some of our. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to get some of our green onto this. Well, leather. Speaking of leather, what are we going to? You maybe use this as a blending brush here. Yeah, Zach. Well, it's almost Friday. 4 minutes to Friday. Yeah, I see 11:56 over here. Yeah, Velfair, again, sorry that you have to, that the drying out process is still continuing, but I mean, we had way less here, and it took some time to get that process completed. I haven't yet another dehumidifier that I got here. I'm gonna lighten up that nose a little more, and then now I think I can get some of the lighter stuff in the horsey's fur. So the fast matte white here, I'm just gonna split that out over here so I can just start breaking that down. So we can use that again on, well, some of the latest stuff on the fur, on the golds, wherever. Yeah, well, okay, we just got some of the black into that. That was not supposed to happen. So we're gonna move it back up here then, apparently. Just again, trying to break that down. That's where you can really tell the difference with the alkyds versus the other paints, because they just set really quickly on the palette. I'm going to see if we can sneak in a little bit of this. We'll also have to get some of our Prussian blue on this the spear point there. So again, these right here, these are from the Printing Goes Ever On. They were the first of all of the different Lord of the Rings themed sculptors that I found. Now, actually, Navarro miniature, they're obviously they're doing Dol Amroth, because I printed out a Prince Imrahil, but they definitely are, they're going big into Dol Amroth. I also have a bunch of the ring race printed out. I will try to get those prepped for videos, also for streaming. Let me throw some of this into here. Again, just the lighter white here, and we'll probably work in some other little subtle colors in the shadows of our white horse here. So yeah, Bitsron, I really love the they're on My Mini Factory. I really love the wraiths that they've done, because it's all of the specialty ring wraiths on Fell Beasts. So, you know, the Undying, the Dark Marshal, the Dwemer, like all that kind of stuff. All the specialty ones, obviously. I mean, there's the Witch King too, but I think there's the Betrayer. And they really, and the bases too. It's not just the ring wraith. It's not just the Fell Beast is different, but also even the bases. So obviously, for say Harad, right? There's a couple that you could pretty much associate with the Harad army. I know most people just use the same old ones over and over, but that's not what we'll be doing. We will be trying to strive for as much variety as possible. Again, maybe even letting a little bit of the fur texture show through here just a bit. Maybe get that just a little lighter there. Oh yeah, on the face here. There's also a bit of the bridle there that I have to... We'll have to hit that with our dark. So his nose there. Maybe a little bit lighter on the face. Also on the neck. Maybe even on that shoulder a little. Now I want to let... no, wait. Let me hit this real quick. Then I want to actually go over to Malbeth and maybe try to do some of the source lighting on that. Here, let me get this going there. Let me get the fluorescent blue. Is that out here somewhere? It should be somewhere. Maybe this is it. Yep. So some of that. Hey there, bench guy. How you doing? And of course, let's welcome in Boltered Brush with that raid. Thank you so much, Boltered Brush. Appreciate that. And of course, bench guy, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Friday. Here, let me get you this. Thank you so much, bench guy. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Boltered Brush a follow if you could. So, Brush, great to see you. And of course, Brush, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So what are we doing here? We are continuing with our brand new Arnor army. So this was the very first one we did. This is the new GW character. It's Argadir. Then we went to Arvedui. This is the High King. Well, basically the last king of Arnor here. And they introduced, well, Cavalry to Arnor, so that's why we're doing this. We also are painting tonight... we have Malbeth the Seer. We're about to give him some object source lighting because lighting, right? And then here's the on-foot versions. There again of Arvedui and Argadir. Did a little bit of freehand. Yeah, so we'll be doing some of that what we have on Arvidui here, we'll be doing that on Malbeth the Seer's cloak. Obviously some gold here, right? Doing some of this. It's one of 3 color schemes because there's actually 3 kingdoms that we'll be doing. I'm glad that you're doing well there, bench guy. Let's see now. Of course, we've been doing a lot of our Wolves of Isengard. I don't think I can actually reach any of those. But Balterbrush, I think you saw our Bretonians, right? Our Bretonians, our Tomb Kings that we've been doing. So tons and tons of chariots and Ushabti and all kinds of fun stuff. And those are all 3D printed. Of course, well, there's been our new, speaking of Lord of the Rings armies, there's our new Galadrim army. So Galadriel takes the one true ring and, well, winter. Now it's winter in Lothlorien. So that's another new army that we have been working on. So Boltered Brush, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That would be sensational. And again, I hope that you're doing really, really, really well. So thanks for the cheer there, bench guy. Appreciate that. It's been a very, very, very busy month of May. That's for sure. This has been an extra crazy month. Kind of. Well, we'll see what the next one brings. So yes, we've been obviously painting with our oils. We're using our oil paints like usual, start to finish with the oils. Just right out of the tube, not over acrylic or anything like that. Now these 2 guys, 1 hour and 42 minutes ago, that's what they looked like. So in 1 hour 42 minutes. And we're just about to add some object source lighting here on Malbeth the Seer. I'm gonna try and do it this way here. Let me take again some of our floral blue here, and we're just gonna kind of change all this around. We're gonna change that around a bit, and then we're gonna slap some of that over here. So again, we're going to have to get a paper towel here. Now, bench guy, that May was always going to be a difficult month or a challenging month for sure. Also, too, trying to continue with all of the home repair stuff and all the studio adjustments. So just a lot of chainsaws juggling all at the same time. So again, we're kind of trying to get a little bit of, we're doing a bit of a change here to this. Wee bit of a change here. Here we go. We have ourselves. So this is where we're headed right here. That is where we're headed. Now, yeah, we got to do a little bit of a change here too. Let me make sure there's nothing on that brush. We will get some Prussian blue, some of this. And now, we're just going to do some of this over here. And then we're going to let that set. Because, again, we're making a change here. I originally was going to do this one way. Now we changed our mind. We're doing something a bit different. So that now, that is just going to set. We're going to leave that alone. I'm going to go back to this right here. So again, Bolter Brush, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That'd be sensational. So bench guy, is there some stuff that you've been working on lately too? Hopefully some stuff that you're super excited about. Oh yeah, we want to put maybe a little bit of battle damage too on on this. Let me see if I can get me a little bit of this gray now. So we're trying to leave a little bit of the fur texture behind here. Maybe not necessarily maybe a ton of it, but some of that. I'm going to grab the Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the Mars black. And we might even throw a little bit of that down here on the hooves. Maybe even on the end of the tail. Darken that up a bit there. Maybe, yeah, maybe even this a little too. So everybody please give Boltered Brush a follow if you could. Follows, of course, are quite free. Did I get my dark? No, I didn't quite get the deepest dark on the other side of that. So we got ourselves some 3D printed goodies here. Get from the Printing Goes Ever On. I think one of the it was the goblins. That's right. This was some of the very first stuff of theirs that I printed of. Because that was, oh yeah, that was our regular Moria army. There's the dragon. Is that, oh, those are also from the Printing Goes Ever On. We painted all those, well, we painted a bunch on stream, and that was an army painting series. And, oh, there we go. Yeah, those are also, that was the very first stuff I ever printed from them. So that was pretty fun stuff there. And I think I actually have one of them right here. That's this little guy. Yep, that's one of the Printing Goes Ever On little gobos there. 1 second here. There. Alright, so yeah, we got that darkened up again. That is good. Let me, speaking of some darks, I think I see some other areas where I need to establish some super strong dark. Like here, yep. Also an edge there. Same for our horsey here. This stuff along his neck there. Also here. Yeah, we'll stick with this again. It's mostly a Van Dyke brown. Mostly chasing some edges here, and then again a couple of our darks. You know, I'm just gonna get that darker too. What about in this thing? Man, maybe we'll hit that too. Oh yeah, we got to get some regular metal colors and such here on the stirrups. Let's do that. So bench guy, was it one of the starter sets that you got there? Because I know there's a couple. Well, there's the big starter boxes, and I know there's some other smaller starter boxes too, I think. But I hope that you guys have a bunch of fun with those. Because I know usually the starter boxes, Gondor or Rohan tends to be in the starter boxes. It's a little bit different than years and years ago when there was, say, the Two Towers starter box. There's the Fellowship stuff. Yeah, Boltered Brush. Don't want to forget the stirrup. Now I'm we were painting so many of the wargs, and of course I don't think they had any stirrups on them. Again, I don't think I can quite reach any of the wargs, unless maybe I can. Let's see, are there some of them over here that I could maybe reach? Ah, okay. Let's see, is that one of them here? Nope, that's one of our... oh, we had our Creebane too. Here's one of our wargs. I'm pretty sure... yeah, there's no stirrups on there, that's for sure. The guy with the stirrups is in a little spot of bother, as they might say. So meat's back on the menu right here. That's for sure. And, oh, and I think... let me take a look-see here at our... because this was another army that had the 3 different color scheme. No, even they had stirrups on there, because that was, I think, the Mongolians. The Mongols were the first ones to kind of pioneer the stirrups there. So that was another one of our 3 different color scheme armies. A different concept behind it, because now the Canada stuff, there are no named characters at all. There's kings and there's chieftains, and that's it. And I wanted to kind of create an army where you had, you know, different kings and chieftains, and maybe they were actually potential rivals with each other. So yeah, this is we did a whole bunch of Wolves of Isengard with casualties on them. We also did some Creebane with the casualties there. We did regular Huskarls. But yeah, this is a little combination of some different things. Oh, and we were using this. Where is... ah, there we go. We made some use of this guy. And so, because there's Saruman playing with one of his little Rohan buddies right there. Yeah, that was very fun. Thanks, Bolter Brush. I wish I had the Creebane handy, because that was basically flocks of crows. And, well, let's say that they were looking for some tasty eyeballs. Yeah, the crows were looking for some super tasty eyeballs. Now here we're getting a little bit of some green on his face there. Now we'll try to get some of our lighter colors into that. Let me see. And one, of course, we've also continued with our... what was our late... oh yeah, I think this is one of the... well, we did all of the Ewoks. We did a plenty of those, and then we also did a loop there with the green source lighting on him. Oh, and of course there was the some of the Kathy figs that we painted. Do we have one of them here? Oh yeah, here it is. So this time around we sculpted some extra. We sculpted Sambo, Babo, and Trunko to join Jiro there, and we painted this one earlier this month on the 13th. Yeah, it's a little bit like, I guess like popcorn, wouldn't you say, Boltered Brush? Now, let me see if I can't get some really, really light skin tone on here. Let me try this. Oh, there we go. That's the color that I'm looking for, that Naphthol Scarlet. Let's see what we can do with this here again on the face to get the cheekbones a little lighter. It's a little difficult to get to. But now we got some lighter stuff going on the lips, on his chin, that part of his face there. So this is one of 3 different Arnor armies we're working on to signify the fracturing of the Arnor kingdom, and well, Arvedui dies, the 3 sons split the kingdom amongst themselves, Rudar, Cardolan, Arthedain, and one by one they fall to the Witch King. Let me do this here. Walter, but we've also kind of pioneered, so well, we've been using some different colors. Actually, this one we're using the Pearline Crimson. That is a new favorite color. We've also, again, with our Galadrim elves, that featured the cobalt teal bluish. Right, I get a little spot of freehand on each of these guys, and of course the icicles and the snow. We had a lot of fun with that. See, we have here's another one there. Again, you can see the icicles hanging off of that. Again, more of the freehand on them there. And and our Slanya stuff. We will be doing a bunch more of this. Obviously, lots of the tattoos and the woad right there. We'll certainly be doing more of that. And our lizardmen. Yeah, we got lizardmen. Not far away from doing those. Let's see if I can sneak a little more of the light on that cheek there, on his lip, maybe on the hand too. And of course, Bolted Brush, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, I know I just finished your stream, but if you have some Discord or Instagram links or whatever that you want to share, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Bolted Brush a follow. Alright, let me get back to this Van Dyke Brown here. Yep, just need to do that. So, yeah, initially that was when the horse was a whole bunch darker. He has now gotten significantly lighter. Ooh, how's about we fix this little edge right there. That should actually also be lighter, because that is, it's actually some of our gold right there for the horse's armor. Let me see if we can just get that right along there. Not on that side, though. No problem there. No problem, Bolted Brush. Let us try some orangers. So the fast matte Naphthol Scarlet. We got ourselves some Indian Yellow. That's gonna create the orange we need to get in here. So now, see, now we'll have the orange and the green contrasting each other. I think you can see that here. So the same thing we did again on Argadir. That is what we're going to do on this guy now. And just taking this orange that we made, dropping that over here. Yeah, for whatever reason, I keep thinking today is Monday. Well, that's right, because Monday was a different sort of day. Let me get some of this going in here. Again, some of our orange there. Now we got to get some of that on the shield. Couple of places. Alright, thank you so much, Bolted Brush. Appreciate the raid. Thanks as always. And, well, that's talk about herding cats. So good luck with that. And take care for sure. Again, everybody, please give Bolted Brush a follow. Once again, I'm going to try and get me some of the orange out here. And then we're going to try and do a little bit more with our lightest highlights on some of these places here, because we can still do that. Oh, here, let's get say orange. A little bit of that over here. And now in there, I'm going to try and actually get that lighter green. So take this, the Pearline Blacks. That's a very cool green color, and there we are. What's that doing? It could be reflecting his leg here, which would mean not a gold reflection, right? So see you later there, Bolted Brush. And now we're just gonna blend that a touch. I might go one bit lighter with that. See if that'll work. A little touch right there, and that's it. Again, that might just be his leg reflecting onto the gold armor there, and then that is it. Maybe this is more the white fur reflecting or something, whatever. I might try to get some of this cooler green onto the horsey's fur as well. We'll see how that might work. Let's see how that might just work here. Yeah, we'll throw a little bit of that here. That again got some of the blue in there, some of the green. Cooler tone. Like this. Alright, now let me, where's Malbeth over there? He is. Now let's see if we can try to scare up some lighter source lighting material here. Let's just start doing some of this. We'll try and make this much lighter here. Like you do. And then some of that's going to get onto the arm and his hands. Or that onto his, well, whatever this thing is, his staff here. And this is not our lightest light either. Definitely not our lightest light. So this is our latest tutorial video. You can see we're kind of, that is the blue that we're kind of headed towards there. Benchka, that should be very fun for you to check out. Oh, you know what we have here? We also have this, which means some of that actually gets down here. A little touch of that maybe on the face and the beard. Now let's get some of our mid-range light blue. I gotta get rid of some of the red that's sitting in here, like that. That needs to go away. So we're just we're making a bit of a change here. This was not the original plan. So we're switching things around here in midstream. Because you can do that, especially with the oils. Then you get some of that, again, the lesser blue down into some of this. Because initially that was gold that we did there. Now let me use this as a bit of a blending brush here. So now we don't have the crazy hard line anymore. Maybe even a little more of the Prussian blue here. To knock some of that down, and I might... here's a sponge here. I'm just gonna take away some of the excess paint there. And now I think I will try to come back with something much lighter. Where's that? There's the fluorescent blue. Let's give this a shot. Start breaking this down as well here. A little bit more of the fluorescent blue maybe. Okay. And then we'll get that on the edges of this the staff here too. Let me work some of that again over here now. So this really does transform it. I, for whatever reason, just didn't think that I was going to be doing any source lighting on this, and then when I saw that, I thought, oh, you know what? Now we can do both. We can do the freehand on here, and we can do the source lighting, so we can have the best of both worlds here. I think I'm going to go back to the, yeah, some of the Prussian blue on that, and now we'll go lighter again. And we wanted to make sure it kind of emanates out, right, from that light point. We can also get much lighter, because this still has the blue in it. We haven't really gone super strong towards our white just yet. I might actually throw some more of the fast matte white out there. We need to get some of that maybe on his hands. A little bit more of that fluorescent blue. And we're going to start to work some of that in here for sure. Maybe even some into those folds that, again, get those a little bit less of the red, more of the blue. Prussian blue again. Also the fluorescent blue. I don't know, maybe I need to really hit that with some of the thinner here too. Like this. Oh yeah, like what we did on the other side. Okay, now here we're gonna get some of that blue in there. Alright, back to this. More of the blue up there. So I think we've really kind of have the structural changes there. As we also welcome in Capmaster and Kaylee. Now I was just about to say, I think we probably need to get ready for a raid at some point here, because it is 12:30. So we're going to say thank you so much to Capmaster and also Kaylee. So everybody please give Capmaster a follow and also Kaylee Larson. So Cap, I hope that you're doing well. I know that Kaylee's probably already skedaddled, heading off to sleep there maybe. So thank you so much for the raid. How you doing there, AD? So you have the third person to follow. You got to follow Capmaster. You got to follow Kaylee Larson, and you have to follow AD Creations. AD, if you want to post pictures of your stuff too, same thing, Cap, please go ahead and do that. 2 hours ago, these two had, well, no paint on them. So yeah, that's what these two looked like as we're continuing with the Arnor army with that same color scheme. We actually did a change here. This was not originally going to have source lighting, but now it's obviously going to have more of this blue source lighting here. So I guess this is a recent tutorial vid that I just filmed there. So Capmaster, great to see you. Also to Paintwater Sommelier. So Paintwater, if you want to post stuff in the chat, please also go ahead and do that. Now this is our new Arnor army. These are all 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. So we did this because this is a new GW character. This is Argadir, right? And then, oh, here's the foot version of him. Also, again, 3D printed. And then we painted also King Arvedui. That's the High King. So we'll be doing some of that freehand on this guy's cloak. So again, that's what's coming next. On this is Malbeth the Seer. So obviously, kind of a bit of a sorcerer type there, so all that freehand is going on his cloak there. We started putting a little bit of the freehand on his, and you can see it, oh yeah, on his shield right there. So yeah, we're going to be doing some of that. Let's see, oh yeah, you can see it here. So again, basically that's what we're going to do on this cloak right here. So Cap, great to see you. I hope that you're doing super well. And Paintwater, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please please go ahead and do that, because that would be fantastic. So 80, hopefully you're kind of feeling pretty good about the bust that you were painting. I mean, I know there's things you want to do with it, but you can always kind of come back to it, right? Come back to it later and maybe adjust some things. That will be just fine. So again, everybody please give Capmaster a follow. So Cap, hopefully your stream was a fantastic one. I'm sure it was. I think Kaylee was painting a Land Raider of the standard version, not the floaty one. The hover Land Raider, which I don't know how many that's actually been, I guess, several years now that I think that thing came out. Alright, so they were just trying to make that a little bit more on the lighter side here, and that's going to cast some more, obviously a little more light over here now. Let's see if we can catch some of these edges too, right here. And of course we always have the, can consult the Oracle of the Flashlight. So everybody please check out the Instagram link there that the Paintwater Sommelier just posted. Hey there, T-Cat, how you doing? Yeah, and again, everybody please please give 80 Creations a follow. Also T-Cat. So T-Cat, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. Yeah, so I think that was a regular old-fashioned Land Raider there, Cap. I think that was an old-style Land Raider she was painting. At least that's what it seemed to be like for me. So, I mean, I couldn't, wasn't actually in the stream, so I'm just kind of taking a guess there. Oh, thanks, T-Cat. Yeah, we're gonna again do that same freehand that we did here. We're gonna get some of that going as well. We need to get some of the not source lighting on there too. So again, hopefully I'm not missing any links or chats that people are doing there. So again, Cap, I'm glad that everything is going reasonably well there. Oh yeah, we're gonna take that a little bit further over here with that sort of bluish color. We're gonna get some of that, oh yeah, down here maybe. There we go. And now we're gonna get maybe some darker shadows. Again, kind of like what we had there. Now again, we made sort of a change here. We started out kind of one way, and then I said, no, let's switch this around. Let's actually do some source lighting on here, which I think looks like just a little bit more appropriate for what he is. Again, this is Malbeth the Seer, basically a traditional. Yeah, this is a much more traditional Arnor army right here. So let me get let me get this darker stuff in here. Trying to have almost a bit of a gold out there. Now we need some of our darker blue in there. And at this point, now we have to start playing around with some of the lighter burgundy colors here. Yeah, Erda Michael, this was with the fluorescent magenta and the fluorescent blue paints there. And this is actually our latest tutorial that I just put up on the Patreon page. This has more of a turquoise and violet bent to it right here. This is another, that's the latest army painting series. Didn't get a chance to finish the latest video yet. I was trying to finish that before the stream. There was no way to get that done before the stream though. See you later there, Cap. Thanks again for the raid. Yeah, Obitron, that's, yeah, I'm pretty hungry myself there. So again, everybody please give Capmaster a follow if you could. And thanks again, Cap. Appreciate that. Here, let's, again, we're going to make a real sudden difference. Here's what do we need to. Sure enough, we got to get some of our blue down in there. So we won't continue this over here except down here. Again, where the blue's not going to reach that. Also here. Oh yeah, let's get some of that over here. And you can see here we used our flashlights to say, okay, this was going to be the dominant light source because there's just more of it, right? That was going to be a little subservient. And then we have our one little band of regular ambient color in there. And that was the video I just put up on the Patreon page, well, yesterday. That is the latest video. So there we go. Okay, so that is starting to, again, that's a little bit of our lighter red. Might stick the Arvidui figure on one of our little whatchamacallits so that I can show you those side by side. But first, we need to get a little bit of our blue down here. Let's do some of that first, maybe even a little bit on the roses. Now let's try doing something like this here. Thin it down. Fluorescent blue with a touch of the fast matte white. Again, a little bit of that light working its way down to here. Hey there, Nerdbrawl, how you doing? Happy Friday to you. Yep, it is Friday. We're what? Well, we're 40 minutes into Friday now. So even deeper into Friday. Let me try a bit more of this and then we'll let that set while we do some of the freehand stuff, and then we'll, here, let me get a little bit more of the blue onto that. Gonna get me one of my little dead paint jars here. I'll get a little bit of the blue tack. We'll put our Arvidui on there, and then we'll just match that freehand here. Let me just get this, get this on here. So Artemico, I hope that you're doing well. If there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, I know you've been doing a bunch of stuff lately. If you wanted to post anything, please go ahead, do that. Let's see, we got those side by side. Let's start fooling around with some, this is super basic, simple freehand. Nothing complicated here. Bunch of real simple, basic shapes together. You combine them all, then it does look a little bit, shinier, as they might say, on one sci-fi show. And of course, TCAT, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. So we're starting out with this right here. Okay, just like we're doing there. Now let's get the basically this is going to be the Arcidane symbol here. Let's make sure we have enough space for our little compass rose things to happen. And you can see this is all oil paints, by the way. That's all oil paints right out of the tubes. And you can see that's actually mixing there. That is just fine because it essentially creates some shading for us by virtue of that mixing. So it's literally just some some circles with some star points on the ends. And then we kind of just mirror that in as many other places as we can. So again, that's all mixing there. What that does is that's creating the darker part of our freehand. This way we don't have to go back and try and shade it after the fact, because that's a whole lot more work. We don't want more work, we want less work. Remember, with the oils, there is no layering, hashtag no layers. Somebody please check out the Instagram link that Erdo Michael posted. Is that your Necromunda stuff there? Oh, the Hive Tire. Oh, yeah, the Nids. You get some of this over here, some of this over here. Alright, so there's our quickie little symbol right there. Now we gotta get these. These here, we're gonna start with one of them right there. Okay, so now I'm gonna set Arvidui aside, and now we're gonna start doing the rest of these, and they're just gonna get spaced out here. So I think I'm gonna do 2 more. So we got 1 here. I think we'll have 1, maybe, we'll go halvesies there on that. Yeah. So that's going to start there. And this one's going to go here. It also has to follow all the folds and undulations. Okay. Now we know that's going to happen over there. Now we also have our blue source lighting over here, so we're only gonna sort of indicate it. This one here, we'll be putting the blue source light over the top of that. And then we got the stars, so some 8-pointed stars right in between. Yep, that's what we'll be putting in between those. Get that second little triangle in there. Also over here. Over here. Our little stars. Oh, that might just go right there. That one's probably going to go right there. That one's going to go there. We got 1 more to squeeze in over there. Also of the 8-pointed variety, that's we thin this down a little more. One more to do there. And again, we can come back and clean all this stuff up with our darker Perline Crimson. The fabulous color, again, not a cheap color. That is not a bargain basement color. And that will be the case with oils. It's not like acrylics where, well, they're basically all the same price. If there's a rare pigment in that particular oil paint, it will be reflected in the price for sure. Okay, so there we've got the start of the freehand there. I'll let that set. Now I'm looking at the cloak. We did not get any of our lighter burgundies up here, so we will do that. That is very helpful straight away. Blending brush. I'll just use this. I'll use this here again as a blending brush. And one of the reasons I did this was to show that changing on the fly with the oils is very, very easy. This went from no, there was not supposed to be any object source lighting on this, to all of a sudden being all about the object source lighting. I was definitely going to do the freehand, that was no question. But yeah, the source lighting, that was just something I said, you know what? We're going to do that. It took a few little steps to change that, but there was no stripping the miniature and starting all over from scratch. Why the heck do that? We didn't even do that with the acrylics. Certainly not going to do that with the oils. No starting over again from scratch. Just whatever you got on there becomes the underpainting. So Nerd Brawl, I just place the stuff on there. Sometimes I'm painting a few minutes later, sometimes a half hour later. Some of that paint's been sitting on there for days. Well, basically been transferred from one palette to the other. It's just kind of, well, there's necessity. Sometimes you just gotta start painting. And again, that's just the palette there, so the paint's just sitting on there. So yeah, not anything super special with that. It's just the palette will that will absorb some of the excess linseed oil as it's sitting on there. Yeah, there's times where I think I'm about to start streaming, and then, well, I have to sometimes wait hours before I start streaming or filming. And now, if you're using things like the fast matte colors, you don't want to be waiting too long, because they will start to sit up on the palette. Now, yeah, gonna get a little bit of the lighter crimson there. Okay, now let me see if we can't maybe do some more darker. So the Prussian blue, minus that chunk of paint that's on the brush there. More of the not necessarily there. There we go. That's where we need some shadow. Then we're going to get some lights in here too. That should maybe have a little shadow. A little bit more of our blue in some parts here as well. Also in there. So yeah, Nerd Brawl, just, well, when you think of it again, that these two figs, including freehand object source lighting, 2 hours and 28 minutes ago, they looked just like that. So this, both of these, all the non-metallic metal, the freehand, the source lighting, all of that stuff has been done in, well, not a whole lot of time. Of course, they're also cheaper, they're more durable by orders of magnitude. Because the last time I had to varnish an oil figure to make the paint stronger was never. I've used a little bit of the Army Painter Anti-Shine just to maybe, say in the case of, say, phthalo green, where sometimes it can be a little shiny. That's it. But certainly never used it because of anything else. Oh, thanks, Bench Guy. Have yourself a great Friday there, Bench Guy. Thank you so much. So, Bench Guy, great to see you. As always. And so Armored Wolf is, I think Armored Wolf is off at the fair performing there. So we are Sand Armored Wolf here. More of our, yeah, a little bit more light on these things here. Also maybe this edge of the cloak and such. So see you later there, Bench Guy. get a little more of this over here, and now some of it here. We do need to give him some eyes. We also maybe have to give him some regular skin tone in there as well. So again, this is not Gandalf or even Radagast or even one of the blue wizards. This is Malbeth the Seer. Again, that is another one of our Arnor special characters. It's all part of our brand new Arnor army that we just started a couple of weeks ago. I actually do have, I think it's Argadir. Yeah, there's a shortened YouTube version with him. That's what's up on the YouTube channel. I think I just put it up there last week, maybe. Yeah, let me catch a little more blue on some of this here. Get some of the same ideas as what we have on that. Again, that was the latest video on the Patreon page. Yep. Oh, that's got to be later. All right. That better be later, because that is the closest thing to the staff here. So let's shoot some lighter blue up here, shall we? Like that. Ooh, the hand certainly needs some. On his knuckles here, let me thin this down a little bit. Boom, there we go. So I had to thin it down a little bit. That's another typical thing with the oil paints. Thin sticks to thick, and also vice versa. I do need to sneak in here with some of the Prussian blue. Mostly just to kind of eliminate some of the... yeah, that's got to get rid of some of the gold that we put in there. Because initially that was just going to be gold, non-metallic, and that's it. And then I did the change. I said, well, okay. And that meant we had to start getting some of the blues in there. We had to change it from the gold, which meant potentially things kind of turn it a little bit green for a while. But now we can kind of we can see we've kind of overpowered that, and now we got more just the blue there. Now over here we need to think about what can we do skin color wise. Let me try something like this here. Is this too light? Because that is sort of in shadow there. But we need something that's warmer over here. We gotta have something warmer, otherwise we won't quite get the contrast that we need from all of the blue over here. We're gonna let that have a chance to set. We will now swing back around to the freehand design. Where's my Indian yellow? There you are. Basically some Indian yellow, some fast matte white. We combine those together to make a pretty darn light gold color. We thin them down not to a pin line wash, because, well, that wouldn't work so well for freehand. It'd be great for a pin line wash, not so much for freehand. So again, just enough so that it flows. And we're going to do this. Then I'm going to come back with the much darker burgundy colors. And then we're going to really kind of do the final edges on a lot of the free. Now that does, well, let's see. No, we're going to change that here. Just going to use the blending brush for that. At first I was thinking I wanted to try and follow that fold, but even that was a little too much. see this here? Sure you can. I'm going to try and get that. There's an 8-pointed star that's in here. I think you can see where our focus is on the circle, not so much over here or here, because those are shadow areas. We're trying to focus on places that are lighter, that would catch more of that light. Well, like down here. Hopefully this is where the effective pre-shading starts to take this. So see here, we're just going to do that just on the top. So we start to have what looks like a whole bunch of super elaborate shading. Like here's another one. As we get closer to the apex of that fold, see how that gets lighter, and then it's darker under there. So all I had to do is add this little bit of light, and boom, we have all this shading here. Whereas if that was acrylics, that would have had to been done the hard way. Multiple layers. Whereas here, it's pretty much just, well, one. One and done, and that is it. Like there, that didn't go where that was supposed to whatsoever. Oh, wow, look at that. I'm just going to wipe that away. And we'll do it again. No harm, no foul. Some of our light going on that. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Maybe not as much of that edge as I thought because of that thing sitting there. We should start thinking about some of our metal on that surface down there. So, boy, this definitely is starting to change rapidly here. Well, let me do these. I know we need to hit these guys. So, again, we're just going to do our little 8-pointed stars here, and then we will take away some of the edges on these with that darker burgundy. Get that straightened out a little. Okay, now this one again here, maybe not so light because folds also the source lighting, so maybe we'll leave that be just about where it is. Now we got this one over here. That also is kind of in the shadow areas, so we can't do too much more on that. We'll see you later there, TCAT, and best of luck with that. I know those are not exactly eagerly awaited. So here's hoping for the best, and here's hoping you have yourself a fabulous weekend, TCAT. Maybe we see you on the stream tomorrow or Saturday. So thanks so much. I might let a little more of the yellow work its way there. Oh, this star. And I might just go one more light. I also need either some dark or some light over there. I'm gonna, well, when in doubt, make things darker. And we will do that with our fabulous indigo and our perline crimson. Well, that will be a nice rich dark color. And again, indigo, perline crimson. Ooh, that is nice and dark. Very dark. And here we're going to chuck a little bit of that here into some of those crevices. Maybe a little bit over here. Also, you can see I kind of tightened up that line at the same point there. So 80, yeah, the lights worked out really well on the eyes and everything. On the bust. And he's kind of a big guy there too. Again, everybody please check out AD Creations. Actually, now AD, will you be doing a stream over the weekend or tomorrow for that matter? let's see if I can squeeze in a little more dark there. Maybe some right there. Oh, also this thing here. Some dark there. So 80, lots of fun things going on with that. And I'm sure, you know, you look back at it, either days or even weeks from now, and you might say, yeah, you know what, I think I'll do this to it or whatever. Something maybe is not super clear now. You might just go, yeah. Not sure why it didn't occur to me then, but it occurs to me now. Okay, well that is fine. I'm wandering back over here to the fluorescent blue to get some of that over here. A little more of the fluoro blue. Oh, geez, on his finger there, or his thumb, I should say. Now, on this stuff out here, we kind of need to... It can't all just be the blue. I'm going to see if I can't go like this. That would be our Mars Yellow Deep. That will also... That'll be a color contrast now with all of the blues. Yep. That side too. Also down here. So this again is a 3D print from the Printing Goes Ever On. Actually, AD earlier today, that 2-liter bottle of resin showed up. It was really weird because I've never seen anything beyond a 1-liter bottle. Now, to keep this on the somewhat cooler side, I'm going to actually use well, as I call it, Radiant Indigo to mix into that Mars Yellow Deep, so that it's, again, not too warm of a gold, not like certainly not like the armor here, where you can see there's some really warm stuff happening. We're going to get back to this one too, and really kind of hit that with some of our lightest lights. AD, I was going to get the usual, lately, 2-liter bottle of the gray version 2, Soraya, of course, simple. It has been about $23. All of a sudden, it was $29. That's the 1-liter bottle. Well, for whatever reason, the 2-liter was only, what, 48? Which essentially was the old price times 2. So I said, well, okay, I'll certainly go through 2 liters. I might even get another one if it's still at that price. Because guess what? I'll be able to go through that too. So I'm thinking I might just get me yet another bottle of that. Because maybe we're in some kind of a price rise cycle here or whatever. Now, let's forget all this. We got to get to those roses. Look what we did here. So that's what we got to get caught up on our roses here. We will just begin, as we did before, with the Perline Black, aka a very dark green, mixed with a little bit of our Radiant Green. And we're going to just start to, again, get some of the lighter greens here onto the leaves. These are 3D printed basing bits. These are from Make It Epic Basing. Kind of, I guess you would say the big 3 as far as my basing bits go would be Make It Epic Basing, Goon Master Games, and Zabevka. Titan Forge also does. They either have terrain and or basing bits in their releases. Diwali is starting to do more. Again, some basing bits. Printing Goes Ever On will actually just do bases. So kind of decorative bases that kind of match maybe the army release or other previous releases. Oh, how's about we get a little bit more? Yeah, that lighter green on these leaves up here, and then some of this. Not sure how much of the blue we're going to carry all the way down there. We'll try to do a little bit. Well, again, we can play that all by ear. We can try it. We go, oof, that's too much. Take some of it away, or the other way. We can say, oh, okay, that's good. Maybe we need to hit a little bit more. Now here, using the micro blending brush there. Now they can go into some lighter green, more of the radiant green, maybe a wee touch of our Mars Yellow Deep to make that a bit warmer. Oh, geez, we got a big old blob of paint on that brush. Get that out of there. And now some of our lighter green here. It's a little bit of a temperature shift as well. So obviously red and green are opposites. That's kind of a cooler red. So not only do we have a green opposing it, but we've got kind of a warmer green. And then we, just like we did on the other roses, we're going to get the fluorescent magenta mixed in with our perline red to really ramp up the luminosity of the roses. It is quite literally the same magenta we used for this object source lighting, and that is right there in the roses. But you can see it really does play out pretty well. Thanks, Bithron. So yeah, Bithron, I really would like to get some of those tanks constructed. Actually, Bithron, I didn't think any of them had tank commanders. Yeah, I saw a guy there in the cupola, and I said, wait a minute. I mean, it's not like Flames of War. No Flames of War vehicles come with the tank commanders, but I wasn't sure if the Clash of Steel ones did. And of course, AD, I love to mix the magenta in with, say, the Indian yellow. When you're looking for some super duper duper atomic gold colors, that's always super fun doing that. Actually, chucking some green in there. It's just like we did here. See that? See that green? We got orange, we got green, and then we're still going to get some of our lightest light in there. Bithra, I'm really glad that they do. I mean, not that it really makes sense for all these tanks to be flowing around with the not buttoned up like that, but it's certainly more interesting to look at, right, right, Bithron? Ooh, you know what? Didn't get these leaves here. And then again, when we hit this with the fluoro magenta, boy, that's really going to make quite a difference. I think I can still go one shot later with my green here too. And of course, basically all this hot glue, that's been the new magic ingredient over the last year and a half-ish, 2 years. Let me scare up some of that, mix it into that. Much later, we're also got to thin that down. Thin sticks to thick. And vice versa. This is the versa now. Oh yeah, let's get some of that on the edge of that leaf there. Definitely up here on these leaves. Like so. Well, also we have on the Instagrams, we have basically the finished pictures of the, as we call them, the murder hobbits. They are murder bears. They're the little Ewoks. Also, I think Princess Leia in that batch of pictures too. Now it's time for the roses. Perline red, not the perline crimson, perline red. We mix it with the magenta here. Spicing that up. And then start working on these guys. That really does start to pick them up. I just did a basic perline crimson glaze type of a thing on them to start with. Again, these are from Make It Epic Basing. I pretty much suggest that on most of the Make It Epic basing bits, you cure them with the supports on. It maybe takes a little bit of time to pop these off the supports to actually get them on a base, but, well, first of all, they'll much less likelihood of breakage, almost none. Also, too, they're a lot easier to handle when they're a big old batch like that of hundreds of roses. Yeah, AD, that is a magical color. That's a couple of powerhouse colors together, right? Yeah, but Bithron, it's especially at a glance, right? Sometimes you just got to be able to see that fast and not have to be asking every 2 seconds, is that a command vehicle? Is that a command vehicle? Now we start to get some of our lighter stuff in here. And I'm going to see if we can throw some of this out there really, really quick. I was almost tempted to grab some of the radiant magenta, but, oh, you know what? We haven't really used much of that. I'm going to throw that out there too. And just get some of that out here. We'll play with some of that. Yeah, well, Bithron, no radios. What else you going to do, right? You don't have the radios, you got to use that. That's what the French were using, signal flags. So there we go. We got that mixed up with our floral magenta, and boom, there we go. Now, I might just have to thin this down even more. Let me see what happens with that. Yep, that's why it sticks. It was just too close to what was there. It was too close. So when we say thin over thick, it doesn't necessarily mean, oh my gosh, it has to be practically a pin line wash compared to right out of the tube. It could maybe be just, I don't know, a 5-10% difference. It doesn't have to be a colossal amount thicker or thinner. You just need a little variation. That also will depend on the color. Some colors, like say Indian yellow, they're massively thick just by their nature. They just kind of, that's how they start out, is super, super thick. So you just have to thin that down more. Other colors are almost the complete opposite. Here we are. So yeah, Bithron. Well, hopefully at some point you get a chance to do some games of Flames of War again. I know it's been quite some time. I don't know why. I keep thinking it's been over maybe a year and a half or so since you last had a chance to do that. I know there's you were kind of focusing on the conquest stuff, your superhero game. Obviously, lots of terrain too. And I know you've been painting a lot of the MCP figs too. Now I might go one more shot lighter than that. Let me see what we got here. Oh yeah, definitely one more later. We can do that over here, I think. Now this will have to be thicker because we just went thinner. Oh, look at that. That just sticks right on there, no problem. Bam. Yeah, so I've used all different kinds of flower tufts, and I've made tons of flower tufts myself. Kind of liking the actual flowers more. Well, first of all, they actually look like the flowers you're trying to replicate. They're actually a heck of a lot sturdier. So to me, I kind of, it's not like I don't make my own, I still make, again, my own tufts. You can see right here on Arvidui, there's some tufts there, and again, more of the flock and foliage. Oh, and that's right, we have to always keep in mind here that eventually that's going to be covered with all kinds of greenery and leaves and whatever. Looks all gray and barren right now, but that's not how it's going to conclude. In all likelihood, this should be, if not dry by tomorrow, certainly the next day. And I can put all that foliage and flock on there. Touch more on my lightest, right there in a few places, okay. So now, flowers, those are set. Let me see what I can do here on the base to bring down some of the blue, kind of like what we have here. Kind of that same deal. Now I might change gears here to our little makeshift filbert brush to do that. Ah, there we go. Kind of gives it a little bit of a bluish hint there. Now on the Arvidui here, or sorry, the Argadir, I actually did another little glaze. That was perline red and some of the magenta. Wow, that was literally atomic. I'm taking some of the Prussian blue here. And that is essentially sort of it. Now we're talking almost a pin line wash there. To knock that down a bit. Let me get this one. Where's my there's my indigo. So that's a much grayer blue, not quite as bright or intense. Pretty dark as well. Now what's the other advantage with the oils? It's a heck of a lot easier to paint things like grass tufts and whatever with the oils because, well, there's no water, so it won't literally make them all wilted, which that can actually happen with, well, any sort of acrylic paints if you're trying to actually put paint on your grass tufts and flower tufts. And we got ourselves a Hero Zone. Hero Zone, how you doing? Thanks for the raid, Hero Zone. Thank you so much for that follow, Turbo Blade. Appreciate that. And it says, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, wait a minute. Dude, not one of the blue wizards. Not one of the blue wizards. It's like, well, oh, that's right. You're, he's an Arnor. Yes, Malbeth the Seer. I saw you coming from a mile away, too. It's like most people say they can smell me coming a mile away. It's the pipeweed. Thank you so much, Turbo Blade. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. Hey there, Awkward Manster. Nice to see you again. Zarndagar, nice to see you too. What are we painting? More of our Arnor stuff. Pretty sure, Hero Zone, that you might actually even rated when we were either painting this or this. These are two of our Arnor heroes from our brand new army. As we also welcome in Eridican Games. Eridican Games, how you doing? So you got to follow not just Hero Zone, but Eridican Games. So great to see you there, Erid. Nice to see you. So this is our new Arnor army. One of actually three that we're working on. We decided on this color scheme a couple of weeks ago. Few weeks ago. And here's the foot versions of, again, Argadir and Arvidui with a little bit of freehand. 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. See these guys here? Source sledding, non-metallic metal freehand, all that nifty stuff. Well, that's what they looked like 3 hours ago. Yes, they were just primer, painting with the oils as usual. just like we've done on some of our other video miniatures here. Again, with the standard oil paints. Hey there, Thentos. Nice to see you. And nice to see you too, Neshlin. Thanks for doing the clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that. So again, more of our cav here. All right, again, and we will be, I think we're going to be, let's make a little adjustment to our freehand here on Malbeth if we can. Thanks, Turbo Blade. Appreciate that. Okay, we've been doing a lot of our Lord of the Rings armies here. Again, this is another recent army that we started here as we welcome in a new follower. So this is a little story where Galadriel takes the One Ring. Obviously, now it's wintertime in Lothlorien, and we've been painting up a bunch of these guys on stream. So thank you so much. I appreciate that, Lucidios. Let's have something a little bit different here. This is that's you didn't just take Shadowfax, did you? It's like no. This is Gandalfax. So wait a minute, who's that? It's like, oh, I don't know, it was something where Shadowfax like killed Gandalf, and then wait, I'm not supposed to tell people about that. That's really harsh. That kind of comes about from this, because these two are always having arguments all the time. He says Shandorf, Gandalf says Gandalfax. The two of them together. Of course, a little more cooperation here with Sauron's horsey, or Saruman's horsey. Here we've been doing a bunch of these, so lots of we call them our Wolves of Isengard army, so that's been very fun. Yeah, this meat's back on the menu right there. So again, thanks for doing that. Appreciate that, Bithron. Hero Zone, were you doing some more painting tonight? Because I think the last couple of streams you've been painting, right? Everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. And of course, Hero Zone, you want to share anything in the chat. Same thing, Arid. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, we're gonna get some of our lighter stuff on our freehand back here too. We need to reflect some of our Pearline Crimson on that. Yeah, here, let's get some of our lighter stuff going on here. We have some of this. Where's our Indian yellow over here? We'll grab some of that too. And now let's see if we can get some really light freehand stuff going on here as well. And that was a pretty big. That was pretty big, wasn't it, Hero Zone? That was very huge. So glad you're able to get that one finished off. I'm sure it looks fabulous. Doing some video games. And again, well, Hero Zone, hopefully everything's going well with the store and such too. And again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow if you could. Now again, we're just gonna, let's push this over a little bit too. We're gonna make some modifications to that. Oh yeah, that was the other fun thing. When we were doing that Malbeth the Seer figure originally, that wasn't going to have object source lighting on it. Then we just said, nah, you know what, let's have that thing be kind of glowy. So yeah, we made a wee bit of a change there. So at Hero Zone, if you wanted to post any pictures of the druid there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now we're trying to get some really light colors here in on our golds as well. I think we're pretty good there. This is another area where we need some. Also, we might try to sneak in some more reflected light there. Ooh, like there. Also here and also over there. And yes, we are using traditional oil paints right from the tube. Kind of the big three brands, Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Winsor Newton. We never did get our lighter stuff over here. That's what we do then on some of that chain mail. Yeah, his shoulder definitely should be catching a little more light there. Oh geez, yeah, that also needs to be here. Where's my blending brush? Let's see. Okay. Oh, well, that's good. Maybe a lot the store is hopping then. Oh, let me see here. Now that everybody, so please check out the HeroZone.net. And again, if you can, please give HeroZone a follow too. Ooh, you know, we're gonna have to get some more. They reflected light first, though. There's a couple of rivets right there. That is very riveting. Let's do something here. Blending brush up there. Oh, gee whiz. There's also his belt down here. I'm gonna get some of the trim on that also. On that tunic, we never did do that either. We did it back here, not over on this front portion. Okay, set you aside. Let's grab Malbeth again, and let's see if we can do some even lighter stuff here. That's fantastic. So everybody, please give HeroZone a follow to get to that 5K special event that much sooner. And of course, we appreciate all the follows. Thank you so much, Lucetios. Appreciate that. Obviously, Gandalf does too. Now, of course, oh, you know what we didn't do yet? Now, he did not mention the Shireweed. So our Gandalf 6. Let's see what we got here. Okay, yeah, see? He doesn't mention the Shireweed. He rolls relatively well. Anytime he mentions the Shireweed, boom, that happens. Especially if there's done lendings involved. So the key really, Turbo Blade, is of course hashtag no layers. If you were to see this, especially the beginning portion, and of course you can always check out all of the old episodes. They're all saved. It's kind of like a YouTube channel. So you can go back. They're all saved as highlights. Every single one of them. Now, of course, you can't really build a playlist like a YouTube channel. However, they all have thumbnails. So you just... You know, you say you want to see something like, oh, you know, I want to see some Bretonians. I want to see the Fey Enchantress. Again, look at this. That took a few seconds with the oil paints. That just took a few seconds. And, of course, the freehand is so much easier. So much easier with the oils. This is another one we did on stream. This is also on the YouTube channel. Kind of a shortened version of that. Nice to see you there, Erican wife. So, Erid, if you want to post your Pinterest links in the chat, please go ahead. And actually, Era, do you have a stream coming up tomorrow night, maybe? Probably 7 p.m. Pacific. Because I think it's generally Saturday nights, right, Erid? So thanks, Bithron, for posting the YouTube link, and thanks, Erid, for the sub. Appreciate that. Let me get some of this. And of course, well, where's our fabulous Tomb Kings here? We've been doing all kinds of Tomb King stuff right here. And these are all 3D printed. Oh, this was the big, crazy one we did on stream. So that is basically a conversion. The old metal Cetra GW chariot. And then we have the Titan Forge mummified horses, which we used on a couple of different chariots. Here, let's so this one is a Titan Forge, and the other one, that's Highland Miniatures. So a Highland Miniatures chariot, and that one is from Titan Forge again, with the mummified horses. So Saturday night, 7 p.m. Pacific. So see you later, the AD. I know it's super late for you. You have a good one, and well, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, see how you're doing. So everybody also please give AD Creations a follow while you're at it. So again, everybody please please give Iridican wife a follow. Also, Iridican Games and 7 p.m. Pacific. Another stream from Irid. Oh, wait, let me get that lighter there. And of course, we painted a whole bunch of Star Wars stuff. Tons and tons of that. So was that the Shatterpoint? Yeah, all the Shatterpoint stuff. Whether it's source lighting or more of a desert type of theme, whatever. Painted tons of that. So you have yourself a good night there, Irid. Now what we need to do is a little bit more of our blue there. Just a couple of hints of it. Let's see if we can do that without just being too overpowering here. Little touch of it here, just on kind of the tops of some of the folds, and then that is it. And maybe not any lighter than this either. Speaking of lighter, well, let me grab my... There you are. We will consult the oracle of the flashlight here, and maybe we don't need too much light there. We're getting our proper amount there. Let me see what we can do. I'll take some of the radiant turquoise, and we're going to get just a little smidge of that on that rose. Maybe a little bit of it on the cloak, not that much. Oh, but here's the other thing about the oils. Look at this. We just wipe it away. It's like an eraser. It's like we have this fabulous eraser. More of that light's going to go right there. A touch of it here. I think that probably needs to get a little bit more of the blue. Sneaking around the edge here. Possibly a little more up there too. Yep. Fluorescent blue. There we go. That actually can go a little bit higher too, because I mean, look where this thing is, and it could have kind of pointed down there. So this is just it's an old dead Reaper paint jar. I think I actually still somewhere have... here we go. This is how Reaper paint used to come, and not like 30 years ago, wasn't all that long ago. This is how they came. So it's just some blue tack and a dead Reaper paint jar. I'm going to get a little touch of some of this lighter blue right there. Some of it here on our rock now that we did some of the darker stuff. Maybe a touch of the blue expands out to there. Since we are working on dozens and dozens and dozens of figures all at once, the whatever those are, the typical miniature holders that people use, well, we're not going to have dozens of those, even if I could print them out. I have printed out a few, never actually used them. I've only ever used the old the Dead Reaper paint jars, and that's it. Let me see if I can't on his little belt here. Sneaking a little more of that blue over here. Ooh, these fingers never really... Well, we did get those. Not the bottom couple. And I think I'm going to go a little stronger here on the... At least the upper part of that staff. Something like that. Here we go. Touch more of that lighter blue over there, and then some here. That may... Ooh, boy, I think we need to... Yeah, let's get some of that darker Prussian blue under here. Maybe even smidge of the indigo too. And we will sharpen that edge up. Yeah, let's sharpen that up here. That, yeah, it's a little bit too much of a blob of light there. We'll take some of that away. Now, let me see, can we? Radiant turquoise, maybe some of this. Try this edge again here. Okay, yeah. That was just too fresh back when we tried doing that, I don't know, about an hour-ish ago. Yeah, because, well, we're at, what, 3 hours in? So 3 hours and 15 minutes, so none of these had any paint on them whatsoever. These were completely paint-free objects. Where's that primed one here? So that's yep, that is how they started out, just like that. So Turbo Blade, this is, well, it's something I really, really love doing, but this is actually how I make my living here. I've been painting the miniatures for, wow, since 2001, really. So yeah, about pretty darn close to 24 years of painting the miniatures. Now, of course, all of these Lord of the Rings miniatures, also my bolt action stuff, those are for my... So I actually play games with these. And here's another one of our bolt action vehicles here. This is another one that we painted up at a recent event. They're Little Wars. So again, those are for games. And then, of course, for years before that, well, this is what I used to paint, was regular 2D art, and we've painted these on stream as well. So yes, we usually, ironically enough, Thursday nights. Ooh, it's kind of upside down. There we go. So typically Thursday nights, those have been 2D, or we call them flat Thursdays. Haven't had a chance to do that lately, but hopefully we'll be able to get back to that. Yeah, haven't quite been able to do flat Thursdays in a while. Thanks, Turbo Blade. The other thing that I really love to do is terrain. Well, again, here's some of just a few little examples. So things like the Witch King. Well, there's our Mandalorians. There's our Dunlending army, which, of course, here we go, are setting fire to Rohan, which are buildings that we made on stream. So there's some more. There's the Watchtower, Blacksmith, Windmill, Archery Range, Not So Great Hall of Erkenbrand. So that was a building that we made on stream, and then we painted it. And oh, here's our Moria army. Oh, let's see. We also, there's our Empire of Dust stuff that we did also too. Armada. So these tiny little ships, very small little ships. Also, well, we've painted. When it's Christmas time, we have a blast painting these. And then, of course, let's see, where's my Candish army, dioramas like so. Lots of, Song of Ice and Fire, how can we forget that? Yes, Song of Ice and Fire, Nazgul, Corsairs. Get lots of 3D printed stuff. So there's many, many different things. Hey, Bunko, how you doing? So Bunko Buckus, hope that you're doing well. Great to see you. I don't know if you had a chance to do some of your streams this week, but everybody please give Bunko Buckus a follow. So Bunko, hopefully you're doing well, and hopefully you're gonna have maybe a chance to have some fun this weekend. So apparently, Bunko, I guess the new place is going to have a much more massive area for Fort Wapple. At least that's what the report was. That it could be orders. Well, there's, I guess, twice as many classrooms now. There'll be 2 dozen instead of a dozen. Let's see. Well, where is our? There it is. Yeah, we also have that. We have a vehicles workshop series that we also do. So this was a 3-part painting series that we did on that. That was also very fun. Oh, Bunko. Actually, Kathy, she played a lot of Valheim. I don't know. I don't think her group of friends is playing that quite so much, but that was a really nifty game. All I ever wanted to do was just do the building stuff. I never actually played it, but I was much more interested in just doing the building of stuff than the playing it. Yeah, again, I never got a chance to play it, but a lot of, again, Kathy's group, they would sometimes do the Discord thing, and they would play Valheim together. Now again, we're using some of the indigo here to capture some of these darks there. I know that some folks, they have, what is it, the cheat codes or something like that, so they have infinite resources of all the types that they need. Let me, boy, I don't know, that might be a little too dark in there. And I am trying to just catch a couple of edges here. Brush Slicker and, Luna Baker and Jamie Daggers. Yeah, I think it was Jamie's birthday today, Bunko. Well, yesterday, I guess, because now it's today. So if Jamie's out there lurking or something like that, we'll say happy birthday to Jamie Daggers. Let me see if I am here. I'm going to try and hit a little bit more of the dark there, and that is the same. Let me twist him around. There we go. So basically trying to establish the same thing like we did here. So everybody please check out the Discord link there that Bunko Buck has shared. And again, please give Bunko a follow too. I think I need to get some more of my later blue on there. Yeah, I think we need to also maybe try to get somehow some of our lighter gold too. But first, let's do this. Let's try this here first. More of our lighter blue right there along that little edge. Also here, because that's supposed to be metal. Carry that down. Now let's see what we can do on those fingers. Yeah, that's Bunko, because that's what they did too, is they kind of had a few people made sort of like a big base that everybody could be at or whatever. And sort of then, kind of stashed through some of their supplies there and such. You know what? I need to do the same on the other side here. And then up here, it's going to maybe be, yeah, we'll get some of that fluorescent blue. And maybe a bit of the Prussian blue. And that's got to go down to there we go. Yeah, because we changed the color on here from the original concept. Well, from a not object source lighting to object source lighting. So that meant doing a little bit of a rearrangement there. Turbo blade, that's really cool. That sounds fantastic. I haven't had a chance to do any kind of digital sculpting at all or anything like that. Any sort of CAD stuff, whatever. Bunko, we did use the phthalo green a lot on this series right here. And actually, I was filming about halfway through, maybe 2/3 through filming that episode. I will try to finish that off tomorrow. What do we got going over here? Let me try some of that down in here too. Ooh, that's too light. We are going to back off. There we go. Now we've been using the Perline Crimson, especially on our Arnor army here. Well, this is again first of 3 Arnor armies. The next one that will be Cardolan. This is Arthedain. Cardolan is going to actually have another color that I've been playing around with a lot lately. That's in Danthrin Blue. But yeah, nothing like some Williamsburg goodness, right, Banco? Nothing like a little bit of Williamsburg goodness here and there. Is that going to be... Well, I'm just going to hit it like this, then we'll come back and get our weight again. Take some of that paint off of there. And then we're just going to here do a little brushstroke maintenance in there. I mean, it's 3.5 hours in. That means we can start doing some brushstroke maintenance. See you later there, Turbo Blade. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And we will be, streaming again. Most likely Saturday, Friday and Saturday. So hopefully see you then. Like we're going to see Isidore. Isidore, how you doing? So Isidore, I hope that you've maybe had a chance to do some painting lately. Of course, if you have and you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, Banco, well, the idea that we can just kind of erase things, right, with the oils is really fabulous. It really is, right? Where's there? Oh, here he is. So this is one where originally that was this pattern, and it just didn't translate on the vertical, so I said, let's change that. We wiped that away. The horse had to be moved back 3 times. So I really just wiped it away, did it again, once, twice, and then a 3rd time. Well, that's good, Isidore. Well, maybe not so great for sleeping, right? But happy Friday morning to you there. Let me see, where are we at? Oh, there we are. That's where we're at with this. Trying to sneak, there we go. Trying to sneak in some of the lightest light here. Also around that edge. Now maybe on here too. So again, great to see you there, Isidore. Little more light there, and then maybe here too. Maybe a bit on the mustache and the beard. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now I think that's starting to kind of take over a little bit. Wasn't quite doing that before. Maybe shouldn't get that quite so light on those rocks, but I don't know. It kind of would be fun to have that little bit of light out there. Oh yeah, let's turn this over. See if we can get that edge a little lighter. Also this too, yeah, that shouldn't be that dramatic of a difference over that short of a distance. Okay, that is starting to take shape a little bit more now. What about this stuff up here? What about this stuff up here? Let's get this. Yep, a little bit lighter there. Turn him around. Do that section. Now we gotta get some stuff under here. Wow, never did that line. Or this. Right there. I'm gonna come back Prussian blue. Prussian blue to separate that a little bit. It's kind of like what we did with some of the free. Oh, that's right. I mean, we did that on our horsemen, right? To sort of yeah, we'll do some of the darks here now, and that would be our lovely new Perline Crimson. So, Blanca, I'm really glad that the oils are fun for you. I mean, like you say, they're just very relaxing because you don't have to rush or anything like that. You kind of take your time. Oh, hey, Burnsy, how you doing? Everybody, please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow. So, Burnsy, great to see you again. How the heck are you doing? Everybody, please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow. And Burnsy, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, of course, please go ahead, do that. So, Burnsy, we are working on a brand new Arnor army, especially when they announced that, well, Arnor is going to get cavalry. And they also announced a new hero. So these are basically printing goes over on 3D printed minis that are going to serve as our Arnor army. So this is the new character Argadir. He's sort of basically a horse or a cavalry captain. Now here is the foot version of him. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Burnsy just posted, and then please give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow. So this is King Arvidui. You can see we've kind of been doing that freehand, right? There's some of the freehand pattern that we've been kind of carrying from one figure to the next. Now tonight we've been working on, this is Malbeth the Seer. Obviously you can see same freehand there. And now we're starting to work on some of just the regular cavalry guys. 3 hours 31 minutes ago, these two lads, well, they look like this. They were just some primer there. Oh, Banco, that's great. Oh, you know, Banco, we haven't seen Denethor tonight. Actually, I don't think we saw him in the last stream either. Maybe back on Monday. No, maybe we did. Maybe we did. So again, everybody please, again, give Inquisitor Burnsy a follow if you can. That's not too difficult. Looking to again a little bit more of our darks, then we'll come back with those latest lights. Hey, nice to see you there, Sector X. Appreciate you being here again. I hope that your Friday morning is going really well. So, oh, Burnsy, what were you working on the stream? I'm sure that you, again, it was a blast. Now here's again where we're just going to kind of cut down on some of this. Just kind of cleaning up some of the design that we have to get a lighter black color in there. Also, here's another one of our new armies that we've been working on. So this is a case where Galadriel accepts the ring. So Lothlorien kind of gets wintry. Yeah, icicles, right? Icicles, freezy stuff. So we've painted a whole army of those on stream. I think we've actually got over 24 of those painted, and of course, well, lots of Bretonnians, and of course our Tomb Kings. So yeah, lots of stuff going on here. Lots of different armies. Well, that's fantastic, Burnsy. Again, everybody please check out the link that Burnsy posted. Boy, oh boy, the last, way back in the day, I remember painting a Land Raider Redeemer. I actually scratch built one of those too for my own armies. That was pretty wild doing that. So I'm sure that was a blast. I guess, well, what chapter did you put that in? I knew there was something I was trying to say, couldn't quite spit it out. So again, a couple little chips and such on the shield there. So I was right. Okay, so we didn't see Denethor on Monday. Well, in any case, we want to say hello to Denethor. It's like, dudes, I've been looking in the Palantir. Not gonna end so well for you. It's like, dude, I think we got ended before you were alive. It's like, no, man. We live pretty long. We're not quite Numenorians, but we live a long time. Except when we set ourselves on fire and jump off of a city. That sounds fantastic, Burnsy. Yeah, that sounds really, really fine. Here, let me see if I can get a little more of our light. Whoops. I'm going to turn this around. There we go. Now I need to get some of that on our dark gray. Never did that. Hey there, Peace Talker. Nice to see you again. I hope that you are doing very, very, very well. Let me see if we have some. Oh, we do have. Now, this is something I've had to tell a few folks lately. Book of Wapple. Think less, do more. I've seen people literally not paint miniatures because, well, they're thinking about things and overthinking things. And then, of course, there is this. Wherever you have object source lighting, this is a big deal. We will kind of demonstrate that here. Well, here, let's take a couple of examples. So we have this. When we do this, well, that's a whole different deal, right? That is it's almost like we've turned off the object source lighting because we have color contrast, also temperature contrast. How's about we take this here? Source lighting, right? Well, there was until we did that. Cooler, grayer colors here, warmer, saturated colors down there. Back comes our light. Almost at 50, almost at 50. There we go, boom. Source light returns. And now we have another little trait here. This is another fun one that we do. That cloak and all of this. Watch what happens when the color goes. All of a sudden, whoa, what happened to the shading? Looks pretty darn flat, doesn't it? You say, well, okay, there's a little bit of shading, but boy, there's no contrast on there. Well, that's because the contrast takes a different form. Saturated colors here at saturated orange, warm color, kind of a dimmed down greenish color there. Cooler, warm, cool, warm, and cool. That is, I know what people are doing the painting contest things, and they'll hear something like, you need to get more contrast. Well, they don't tell them. Maybe we're talking about something besides just making it lighter. Because you saw, what was the dramatic difference in all those contrasts? It wasn't about lighter or darker. It was about warm versus cool, saturated versus unsaturated. And that's, well, again, you want to do object source lighting, all that kind of nifty stuff. It's much easier to achieve that if you kind of think along those lines. So great to see you there, Peace Talker. And of course, that little exercise that we just did, we call it film noir. You can do that yourself. You can just take your phone, you take a picture of your miniature, and you kill all the saturation. You will get the very same thing. And then you too can see, you know what, that's looking a little boring. How's about we do something with, making a bigger difference between, I don't know, maybe a green and an orange or something, just to make things look a little more interesting. Because, yeah, you can do all the light versus dark you want. Even here, we have a little orange in there. Then you have actually some green over there. Also, reflections. So, metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. Otherwise, it's not going to look very much like metal. Certainly not going to look terribly shiny. So, if somebody's wearing a red cloak or something like that, and they're supposed to have a very shiny suit of armor, and there's no red to be found anywhere, it's probably not going to be terribly visually convincing that it's metal, is it? Because your mind's going to be looking around like, well, where's all the... Shouldn't there be red reflections here somewhere? Or if that figure is walking on a green field or something like that, well, how is there no green reflected on that armor? So I know folks, they'll say, well, I don't know what colors to paint the metals. Just paint whatever's around it. That's the best way to go. Hopefully it also makes it a whole lot easier. So Burnsy, that's going to be a fantastic project there. And again, everybody please give Inquisitor Barnsey a follow. So how much more do you think you got to go on that, Barnsey? Actually, it's great to see you. Because boy, oh boy, I just keep thinking of... it wasn't all that, it was April when we did our stream anniversary. And I kind of keep thinking of some of the old days. Obviously, let's see. I don't think Drax is streaming today, right? No, I don't think so. I think Drax, I don't think he does as many streams during the week as he used to. Let's see. Oh, I think he's been doing some mechs lately on stream. Get some of this down here again. A little touch of the lighter stuff here, not too much. Just a bit. Also, there's some different colors in there. We got some bluish grays in there. We have some warmer grays. We even have a little bit, almost like a flesh tone color in there. Again, some of this is maybe a little bit of brushstroke maintenance as well. Now, let's maybe we will go a smidge. I might even that's got a little bit of the magenta in it too. Might actually put some of that over here. Get some of this going, like so. Here, some there. Oh yeah, a little bit maybe later on his leg down. Not too late. I wanted to have the lower leg kind of be a little bit darker actually. Also trying to create maybe a little bit of fur texture on here. So again, this you can see there's it's almost like a turquoise here. Right next to it is actually the same color I used on the skin up there. Oh man, love me some plastic card and polystyrene tubing. I need to kind of restock on some, well, at least the polystyrene tubing. I've been using a lot of the plastic card for bases, for old world stuff. Oh yeah, Burnsy, that's going to be a sensational project right there. So again, everybody, if you haven't checked out, there was an Instagram link. Yeah, it was an Instagram link there. If you haven't checked those out already, please do that. This is going to be, I think, even lighter towards the white here. Sure enough, is. Again, looking to do also a little bit of the fur texture here. Let me get some of the lightest lights here also on his tail. There we go. Oh yeah, there's a buckle over here. A little bit more of that fur up here. And of course, if it is too pronounced or too light, then we can come back with our blending brush and just quite literally wipe that away. Or just tone it down, either way. I don't know, I think I need to get maybe a little more thinner into that. Not too much fur texture on the face. Ooh, how's about we give him some lighter colors on his ears? Might even need to get some lighter stuff here on the top of his head. Also here on his neck, I think. I mean, I want some of that to be in shadow, but I think some of that needs to be a bit lighter. So, Peace Talker, I hope that you're doing well on this Friday morning here. Catch a bit of our light there. Okay, yeah. A little more down here. Where is that? There's that blending brush. We're saying that's maybe a little too pronounced. Well, here we just do a little tap, tap, tap. It's still there, just not as pronounced. Yeah, the bits. Well, again, I wish wish I had already started on that, so I could kind of say, hey, look, I just did. I kind of tried this, you know, this build out or this one here. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to do that, so you can kind of see what I was doing with them. Hopefully, again, I don't know, not this week. Probably maybe more like end of June is the first chance I'll get to play around with those. Still got to build that the rest of the conquest stuff. What was that? Oh, the Sorcerer Kings. Yeah, still got to get more of those put together. Here, let me get some of this right along there. So I do. Yeah, this is the latest May release from the Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, Bithron. I painted actually. Oh, so bear with me here. It's going to take a while to scroll all the way up here, but somewhere we've got. What was it here? Oh, there you go. There's a Crusader. Yeah, well, actually, I painted that on Facebook Live with the oils. Yeah, there's a Crusader there. With there we go. Yeah, Peace Talker. Hopefully, again, I know the color charts. They're not really the most fascinating thing to do, but boy, oh boy, especially when you're not, when you don't know what results to expect, or you get surprised by what you get, then it really kind of is. It's all worth it when you get to see that and you say, aha. Now here I'm trying to get a little extra touch of my lightest light in a few spots here on that armor. Now let's take some of that away. Like you do. See what it is? There was kind of a light dot and then we just spread it around. I'll do it again. We got another one of those here. So we take this here brush. We go at the margins of that. Again, hashtag no layers, right? Nice to see you there, Stretch Pretzel. So Stretch Pretzel, a happy Friday to you. Nothing wrong with a little pretzel there. Always like the soft pretzels, of course. Actually, pretzel rolls are really fantastic. Love me some pretzel rolls. This is a cuisine channel in addition to a cavalry channel, Lord of the Rings channel, object source slaying channel. It's a freehand channel. Song of Ice and Fire channel, an exercise channel, college football channel. Yeah, Peace Taker again. Sometimes again seeing it's a much better sometimes to learn via when you're doing those color charts than the hard way, which is on the miniature, and you go, wow, okay. Now here we're going to take that. We added that green in there. We will once again take this, as we call it, a micro blending brush. So now we're able to essentially blend a kind of a desaturated green into our yellow brown kind of what would you call that? I think you could call that more of a amber, something like that. Here again, we're going to take that and we're just taking the edge off of some stuff, and now we're going to get that green in there. What that could be is reflecting his neck, reflecting his leg, whatever. Oh, thanks, Stretch Pretzel. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes, well, let's put it this way. I would not have an air fryer right now if it weren't for all the culinary discussions here on the channel. And that's right, the barbecuing of the asparagus that happened last week. That was we discussed it on the channel. We discussed the strategies for it, and it worked out very well. Again, did a little bit of that fur texture getting in there, just a bit. So thanks, Stretch Pretzel. Really appreciate that. Boy, oh boy, I hope that this is fun for folks, because, well, regular life sure is not interested in you having fun or being chill or anything like that. We all need more being chill, and hopefully this furnishes at least a little bit of that. A place where we can, well, also have the silly Marillion, because yes, puppet shows. Yes, this is the home of the silly Marillion. Ooh, you know what? We never really did anything over here. Let's get... Where's that orange? Okay, I could scare up a little bit of that. That is going to go here. Also, there. And now, let me see if I can maybe get some of those super... Like, where's I... Okay, there we go. Sharpen up that. Simplify that. Also sharpen up some of those edges. Boy, Stretch Pretzel, the first time I tried, I had no idea what to expect. But the one thing I still have to try, I have not tried it yet, is to dehydrate some fruit with that. So that makes some nice little post-stream snacks. So stream is over. Okay, we got ourselves some banana chips or apple chips or something like that. Maybe both. See what else we can dehydrate. So that, haven't tried that yet. Everything else has kind of worked out okay. First try. The dehydration, maybe there's going to be some trial and error there. But that's okay. Ooh, okay. Speaking of lightest lights here. On that helmet. Also a touch or two on the face. Chin there, and now... Okay, let's move this over this way. There we go. Yeah, Stretch Pretzel, and even stuff like the potatoes and such. I mean, you would think that wouldn't necessarily work, but it stuff doesn't really burn in there, and the ease of cleaning, that is huge. Oh my gosh. So much easier to clean one of those guys. Here we needed more of a horizon line there. More of a horizon line on that. Now we got that established here. Needed a touch of reflected light there. What's going on? Oh, yeah. That's just kind of all gotten dark over there. We go. See, there's a little touch of light over on that side. A little touch of light. On his back over here, we got some more of that chainmail. Touch of oh yeah, let's see if we can. So we're gonna put the light in there first, and then we'll have to come back at that with our fabulous, pricey but very fabulous Pearling Crimson. Change the angle of that brush there. Okay, now we're feeling that. I need to get a little bit of that up in here, also over there. Maybe we'll even darken that down a little. Some reflected light there. Maybe even a little bit of our red reflected there. Also here. Oh, geez, Stretch Pretzel. Oh my god! Now I've been doing like the little small red potatoes, but Wow, when the heck is the last time I even had a sweet potato? Those were my fave. So see, stretch pretzel, that is why this is a cuisine channel. Because I'm gonna ask Bithron to shoot me a message to say, hey, don't forget to get sweet potatoes at the store tomorrow. Because guess what we're doing in that air fryer tomorrow, stretch pretzel? Yeah, we're doing that. That has to happen. Okay, give me a little bit of my. That's a little bit of the Mars yellow deep because that needs to. Oof, okay. Get some of the orange in there too. A little bit of the. That's a bit of our crimson, or sorry, that's the Naphthol Scarlet. A little bit of orange. There we go. Changes that around. Thanks, Bithron. Appreciate that. Yes, that has got to happen. Well, if not tomorrow, the next day, for sure. Now, if I do the okay, there we are. So what happened? We had a big old blob of light there. What we needed was a more gradual thing. So we changed that. We made a little change there. Now over here on this shoulder, boy, we've got to. We have to discombobulate a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay, there we go. Oh, there we are. We needed that part of our freehand. Somehow that kind of disappeared a bit. Now, oh, I guess a stretch pretzel. Now, are you cutting them more home fry style, or are you trying to kind of cut them square? No, I guess I wonder. I'll have to look on Amazon and see if there actually is something that will cut a tater into more of a standard fry shape. Let me try something fun here. I will take. Wow, yeah, I'm actually taking some of my fluorescent blue. We are actually taking fluorescent blue and we are painting that on our horse fur. Ooh, that's very fun. Kind of like what we did. Where's Shadow Facts here? So you can see we got violet in there, blues and such on our white. Same thing here on Gandalf's cloak. You can see it's white, tons of different colors in there. Also, that is actually on the YouTube channel. Kind of a shortened version of that Twitch session. Welcome back there, Irid. I'm sure that was super refreshing, and I'm sure the dog also enjoyed that. So great to see you again there, Irid. And of course, hopefully Iridicant Games was able to share some stuff in the chat. I know sometimes his stuff, it's not quite in the in share mode. It's kind of too much in between. So cut them to about a centimeter, and okay, so not in wedges, but try to make them a bit straighter then, stretch pretzel. Well, Peace Talker, yeah, I know what I have to do after the stream, or at least tomorrow, is well, hunt down one of those on Amazon, because yes, because that would be really nifty. Now again, that is I think you can see a little hint of it in there, right? Okay, well that I'm sure it was a fabulous stream, Irid. And of course, well, Irid, you'll be doing the Saturday stream at 7 p.m. It's not Central, 7 p.m. Pacific. Alright, so there we go. Just sneaking this literally fluorescent blue into the fur there. Alright. While we have that. Now, what are we looking at doing here? Maybe a little bit of brushstroke maintenance. Oh, by the way, we're only just now getting to the 4-hour mark. 4 hours ago, these two guys had absolutely zero paint on them. That would be none, zero, zilch, nada. They have a wee bit more paint on them now. 4 hours later. That needs to get a little... There we go. Also, over here. There, finally. Sometimes with the oils, you have to let that paint kind of just sit there. Let it kind of, essentially, as we like to say, let it prove there. Let it just set for a little bit. It's like, well, speaking of culinary things, you wouldn't just make up a batch of bread dough and shove it in the oven 2 seconds later, right? You gotta let that prove. You gotta let it rise a little. Stretch pretzel. This darker brown primer we've been doing, all it is the black primer and the terracotta. I want to say like an 8-to-2 ratio of the, say, the black to the terracotta. Mild pine cone. Well, that's really good news. That's super good news because this is supposed to be, of the 3 Arnor factions, this is supposed to be kind of the strongest one. This is Arthedain, the last one to fall. So each of our Arnor factions are supposed to be kind of a little bit weaker than the next. So this is the kind of burgundy and black. The second weakest one, Cardolan, that is going to be black, and basically this really rich deep blue, this Indanthryn blue right here. And then Rudar, the weakest of all of them, is basically just going to be black and white. So to try and make it as stark as possible, you know what I'm going to do here? Let's do something with on his sleeve. Let's make we're calling another audible here. We're calling yet another audible. We're going to do this because that sleeve is open enough. I mean, even just that little line there is nifty. So stretch pretzel, I'm glad that you're able to get those. Actually, the slate blue primer is another one that I really do like. It is pretty nifty. Now we added a little second line here. Where's that other? There you are. So see what we did here? It's the same idea. 2 lines, and then we put some scroll work in between the 2 lines, right? And of course, that's the same deal we did here. It's basically an oval inside a line, but then we added a few little extra thing inside the oval on the outside of the oval, and it just looks, well, it certainly looks much more elaborate, doesn't it? Stretch pretzel. Now the other thing, and I don't know if you've seen it in some of the videos, you can, in some cases, mix regular paint with the primer to kind of change its color around. When I was doing see, we got a little bit of scroll work inside there. So with these, I created basically a teal colored primer. I just took the gray primer, Stynylrez gray, and I mixed Reaper Clear blue and green paint with it. And that was it. And that essentially created something that looked like kind of a nice, dark, sort of teal color. Okay, that is what I wanted to do there. No. Let's go do this. There we go. See how we just faded that line? Oh, ebony flesh is really... Oh, the light... Actually, those the 2 flesh colors, those are really nice. And I really like the oceanic blue. I always keep calling it slate blue. But yeah, the oceanic blue, that's another one. Basically, I'm out of that. I'm out of the ebony flesh. Pretty much what I have is white, gray, black, and terracotta. Also a bunch of pink. And I do think I have some of the, oh, and olive green. Yeah, I got that too. So we're going to do a little bit here, a bit more of that. I think this line is a little too faded, a little too dark. There we go. bring that line back a little too. So again, now let's lighten that up. Some of our super light yellow here, just not too many places. Maybe there. Here, let's go a little further somewhere else here. Stretch pretzel, I just brush on the primer. Now that could change now that well, I have the Lethal Shadows airbrush, but I just brush on the primer. That's what I did with these guys. Yeah, I don't know, maybe 40 minutes before the stream, I just brushed on the primer on these guys. And these are 3D printed, but this is a metal dark sword figure. This is my most recent tutorial video up on the Patreon page. That one, I just brushed the primer onto that too. Just brushing it on. Essentially, well, the areas where I used to do airbrushing, those have all been taken over by the 3D printers, which leaves, well, no place for the airbrushing. And I'm going to just chuck a little bit more light there also. Here, right there, a little bit lighter there, a little lighter there. Make that maybe a little bit more of a solid line. Ooh, gotta lighten this up too here. So stretch pretzel, no thinning the primer. Just 100% right, no thinner or anything. Just paint it right on there, just as if I was doing regular old painting. Of course, with the oils, since you're going to be covering it all, you don't have to worry if there's a little variation in it, right? If it's not 100% whatever in a given area, not a big deal, because it's all going to get covered, right? Just like we did here. You don't see any primer here, so not anything to worry about. I will take, I guess, some of this. We'll see just how light this is. That's pretty darn light, but I think maybe we do need to catch a couple of lighter folds. We sort of, yeah, no, I'm going to actually hit those a little lighter too. Yep, I'm going to get those light. Oh yeah, definitely here. A little bit lighter right along this fold here. Also here. Yeah, let's do that. Now what's happening along here, we'll do that a little lighter as well. And the shoulder, we'll do a film noir on this after I do this the last little bit here, and then you can kind of see also too that the difference of color contrast, value contrast. Let's not get too close to that. Right, we need that sort of demarcation line of that shadow in between the two areas. Now, let me... Oh, again, this is another little thing we can do here. Again, we have our oracle of the flashlight, right? And we've got we got the blue, we got the white, we got the green, we got the red. You can get a bunch of these on Amazon for super cheap. Oh, here, let's say you just want to do regular lighting. Oh, look at this. You could take a picture of that, and look at that cast shadow on them. Or see, we pull it back even further, or we get even closer. Right, so this, again, a handy little reference material. You're looking to figure out a color scheme or something like that. Oh, that's good stretch pretzel. Oh, here's another thing. So take a look at these. So those are some AI generated references, and I've been doing that a lot lately. My whole Galadrim army was based on what I just typed in some things in AI. Sometimes you get weird results, but that was super helpful. So yes, sometimes again, you might have to try it 2-3 times, different parameters. But if you're looking to decide on an army theme or something like that, and you're just kind of on the fence. You say, well, I would really like to just see what this looks like without having to base or paint a bunch of figs first. That could be a nice solution for you. And that's something that I've been doing on my again on the Patreon page, doing those vids there, showing folks, well, how do you employ the AI? I've actually been doing that to make myself some baseball jerseys, some Lord of the Rings themed jerseys. Let's see. Well, there was another. Oh yeah, even this. Yeah, I use the not so much the colors on this, but the crystals, because this is not how I normally paint crystals. That is a very different way from when I normally do stuff. And of course, what I like to say is that the AI, what it can do is get you out of your own creative bias, where you tend to just kind of think, okay, it's always this color or this breed of horse or this type, whatever. The AI can sometimes go, hey, have you ever thought of this? And sometimes you go, that's ridiculous. And sometimes you go, wow, that's sensational. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, that's good. That's good, Stretch Pretzel. Let's see. Do I want to? Let me get. Oh, yep. A little bit more of our. Like, there we go. Kind of got wiped out a bit. We'll restore that now. That's a little too brusque of a transition there. We're going to try and make that a little less intense. Also here, we're going to take a little bit of the edge off of that. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that was, again, sometimes it shows you some things. You say, well, that's just ridiculous. I don't want that. And then there are other times where I just say, wow, well, that is exactly what I was looking for. I just didn't know it. I'm going to darken this side down a little more. On this side of his face, boy, I would really like to get a little different tone. Let me see if this is enough. Okay, maybe that was too much of the red, but now we'll, this is more of what we had there before. I also need to give him a bit more of an eye. And maybe now a little more of his beard on the warmer side. See if we can give him some eyes here. Well, Stretch Pritz, I'm really glad that it's been helpful. Because boy, oh boy, I mean, if it makes painting easier, right? Painting is supposed to be the fun thing. You want painting to be fun. If it can make painting more fun, as we add that, whoa, that is exactly what I was looking for. If it can make painting more fun, then that is very cool. I'm gonna get rid of this. Where's my Prussian blue here? So that's fantastic, Stretch Pretzel. Really great to hear, because there was a point. This is before I was doing the Twitch stuff. I was kind of trying to do the YouTube and the Facebook Live, and it didn't quite seem like the message was reaching folks. And then kind of the miracle of Twitch and everything else, and the Twitch community being a fantastic place. It meant that we could kind of reach folks and spread the message. And that's been fantastic. Ooh, speaking of spreading on that lighter blue split a little too far. Okay, we got that taken away. Okay, we didn't want to wipe out that particular highlight. We'll come back and we'll generate that again. Not a problem. We'll just do this. Maybe not that thick. Gotta get some of our lighter weight back onto this. And where's the one that we weight there? There it is. No, I guess I better thin that down. Thin sticks too thick. And vice versa. And there is the versa. As we... A little bit of light on his knuckle right there. Where's that flashlight? So well, actually, so a little of the blue reaches. Okay, so we will get a touch of that over here. So let's do that. Let's do that here. Get some of the fluorescent blue. It's not really about making it lighter. It's just about changing the color a tiny bit towards the blue. That might just do it. So I think they call these sometimes little party favor lights. And again, they're on, well, oh, here, look at this. Ooh, wait a minute. So there you go. And again, I wish there was a yellow, but there is no yellow. These tends to be these four all the time. So there you go. Oh, here, let me see it. Boy, I think that's okay. That floral blue there. I want to take a little bit of that over here and just cut down on some of the white there. Again, that is it's a really nifty little thing, and it's not expensive. That package of 40 should maybe be $7-8 at most. Should not be expensive. There are different versions of those. That I will say. So he might, there might be a little variation from what you saw there. That is back to some of our dark here, also there. The oracle of the flashlight, we will consult. See the arm? That's the only little bit there, because again, the arm blocks some of that. Well, thank you so much. Hey, Rottweiler, how the heck are you doing? Happy Friday there, Rottweiler. So, Rottweiler, are you almost done with the big Smurf there? I think you must be getting pretty close to that. Must be getting pretty close. So, Rottweiler, I know you'll be totally surprised. You'll be absolutely shocked that 4 hours and 18 minutes ago, these two guys had no paint on them. I know that will totally surprise you. That's very unexpected and shocking. Yes, no freehand, no object source lighting, no non-metallics, no horsey. Just this. That's what it looked like. Boom, right there. That's what they both looked like. Nice to see you there, Recoil. Mum was in here earlier. Actually, Recoil, we have a new thing I'm going to be trying out. Now I might, I'll get the sweet potatoes, but I'm going to see if I can get a potato slicer to cut that into more narrow fries. And we are going to try to do sweet potato fries in the air fryer. This is a cuisine channel, right, Recoil? So, Rottweiler, actually, Rott, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, do that. And yes, we're doing the usual oil paints right out of the tube. So, Recoil, that is going to be, oh man, I am so looking forward to that now. Oh yeah, sweet potato fry. I haven't had something like that in a long, long time because, well, never made that myself. Only could have that at like a restaurant or something. But this is going to be a Shea Wappleville right here. That's going to be a fabulous restaurant. I don't know, something. Maybe we'll go a little darker up there. Let me try to get. Oh, I didn't really want to do it. I'm going to get me a little lighter gray up here too. So there we go. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Now, Recoil, have you been able to do some more on your special Marine chapter? Because actually, we were just talking about AI and how, well, we generated these references real quick and how we did our whole army for the Galadrim based on that. So I think you can kind of see this is, I didn't think of the black. I just wanted a dark red. And it was dark red and gold. And actually, it suggested the black. And that is why we ended up going with this color scheme here. And what you can kind of see, right? There's Arvidui. It's not all that different, right, from that reference. So again, we went with this. So yeah, everybody again, please give Rottweiler a follow. Please give Rottweiler a follow. Man, maybe I wanted to save that for the flowers, but we're going to put some of this over here on his boot there. Now we actually were adding fluorescent blue onto the horse's fur. Yes, that's crazy as it might sound. That is what we were doing. We're adding fluorescent blue to the horse's fur. Because, well, of course, why not? Why wouldn't you do that? How's about we add a little bit of our light up there? A little something over there, too. So, yeah, recoil. Well, we'll be doing some more of our. I almost called them Andorians, but we're going to be doing some more of our Arnorian figs on tomorrow's stream. I think I got a couple of more horsies. I mean, it is the Cavalry channel after all, so yes, we'll be working on a couple of more horsies, I think, tomorrow. Because, well, reasons. I'm going to maybe lighten the end of this a little touch more. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, the pants are supposed to be black. Not really enough for those showing to fool around with that. Let's get to this belt, though. And also over there. See what we can do on, again, on his arm over there. I think we could probably hit the edge of that touch. Again, that's our burgundy color there. Let me tone down that. That's a little too much right there. That also. We shouldn't have that looking like one of the little the rivets there. That was looking a little weird. Got rid of that. I'm gonna. Yep. Let me go a little darker here. So Rico, I guess. Well, let's see. No, it's probably a little too early for supper now. Because what is it here? 2:47? Yeah. I think I'm going to have to be more like 5:47 here for it to be that close to supper for you. I'm going to darken down this scabbard here. Blending brush for this. Ooh, recoil, that's fabulous. Recoil, yeah, well, you'll have to send me pictures of that. Well, You know we have a minor fascination with basing here, right? Just a teensy bit, tiny bit. You know, nothing excessive, right? Nothing excessive at all. Let me get a little more. Ooh, gee whiz, that's gonna be a lot. I am gonna throw a little bit of some dings and whatever there on that shield there. Okay. So that I wasn't too far off. So recoil, yes, another new adventure. Now, oh, that's right. The other reason I wanted to try some fries is that one of the spices that I got is kind of meant almost specifically for fries, among other things. Ooh, that was another. That was another area we forgot there. Yeah, oh man, that really helps that little thing flow right there. And it really helps it flow so much. Boy, it's crazy though. This our burgundy color here. This is that pearline crimson. You put the white on the palette, it looks dingy. It looks absolutely dingy. You get it on here, and it just comes to life. It's a bizarre thing. It's something we've talked about with the oils, right there with the radiant colors. Yeah, we've talked about it with those over and over again. There's some kind of weird fairy dust in those. Oh, that sounds, well, actually, Bithron, that would go very well. That would go real well with the fries. So Bithron, we just have to invent a TARDIS so that, well, we could play Flames of War, Lord of the Rings, use both of our terrain, and also get to have fries and steak together. So somebody's got to get working on that TARDIS. Also, so that we can join Recoil for some fabulous air fryer treats down there. So it looks absolutely dingy here. Now that other color you heard me talking about a couple of times, that purple matter, that is another one that, but it's way cheaper. It is way cheaper than than this pearline crimson. I'm pretty sure it's a series 1. Again, I'm going to look around. If I don't have that one here anymore, I know where it is. It's at the house where I did the mural. As I had a little more fur texture there. But I might just get me another one just so I have it. Again, I think it's only a series 1. Come on, a little more there. I mean, I need to get some terracotta scopy anyway, so... Alright, there, so that tail's got a little more flow to it now. Boy, there's an awful lot of paint on that brush. Well, maybe I can just get rid of some of it by actually just painting with it, like so. Now, where's that blending brush? See that you can really see those 2 brush strokes there. Now we'll do this. We'll tap, tap, tap on the. They're still there, but they're far less pronounced than they were. These nostrils here, we're going to do this. Then we'll come back with some dark there, also there. Cut some of that away. Okay, he does have some eyes there. I don't want to mess with that too much. The enemy of good is always better. The enemy of completion is always perfection. Perfection, the mortal enemy of completion. Besides, if you paint a perfect miniature, that just means everything else you paint from now on has to be perfect. That's a wee bit of pressure. I think you don't want that. So yeah, don't pursue perfection. It'll only lead to hassle and nothing done. Trying to scoot in a little more of the orange there. Also a little bit low on that side. Boy, bits run, let's see, we begin in the morning with a little light, let's see, we'll start with some flames of war. Could migrate to some conquest. Then kind of finish off the day with maybe a siege of Minas Tirith or something like that. Actually, Bithron, I don't know if you saw the latest video from Conquest Creations and their siege of Minas Tirith. Now, I actually, I did pledge to the Kickstarter. So I have the terrain and then also the siege stuff. So that would be very fun, right, Bithron, where you see okay, this building is destroyed. Now you replace it with the destroyed version. And it's the same exact building, just a destroyed version. Bithron, yeah, I don't, if you haven't finished it yet, I don't want to give anything away. But boy, that sure looked fabulous, right, Bithron? Yeah, there was a number of buildings that did not make it through the scenario. Now, let's put it this way. I think that whole trebuchets re-rolling, that was maybe a little, well, and the Gandalf thing, that, well, maybe the Gandalf thing was okay, but yeah, the re-rolling trebuchets probably was a little too much. Bithron, all the heroes got, well, again, I don't want to spoil it for you. There were heroes. They might have been used carelessly. Now this is almost straight up white over here. So yeah, I'm not quite sure why he had the trebuchets reroll, especially since, what, wasn't it about 3 of them? Plus the Avenger bolt throwers with the rapid reload and everything. Okay, there we go. Just a little more fur texture on that. Hey there, Russian Blue. Great to see you again. Happy Friday. Everybody, please give Russian Blue Art a follow. So Russian Blue, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. You know what we need? We need a little more light on the there. Right in there. Now, as you can see, we're not doing a long line of light on the whole edge, right? We're doing this little thing right here. Why? Because maybe that's where this fur is reflecting, right in that one spot. Right there. Yeah, Bithron, it would be, yeah, wouldn't have to use, what was that, a tabletop simulator. Although I am going to try to see if I can use the tabletop simulator for, what was it? Oh, Star Trek Ascendancy. And see if we can maybe paint up the ships and all that kind of stuff, and maybe also be live streaming some games of that. That could be interesting. Get some more of my light over here. Talk about painting small scale. Back to my light here again. So see you later there, Peace Talker. Great to see you. Hopefully we can catch you in the stream well later today. Oh, no problem there, Russian Blue. No problem at all. Again, everybody please give Russian Blue Art a follow as well. Follows are free and fabulous. Bithron, we would never have to worry about storing terrain, would we? In fact, we could have just a whole TARDIS just for terrain. Because actually, when it's all said and done, Bithron, the two of us might need a TARDIS just for terrain. Because, yeah, with this, with the printing stuff, there's gonna be some terrain. Actually, I wonder. Here, let me just do a check. I wonder if this is done or if it's still going. So this is we're doing a little bit of Bambi cam right here. Come on. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Are you? It's almost done. Yes. Speaking of Conquest Creations, this is that Kingdom of Azrigor. Yeah, so that's from Conquest Creations. That was the Kickstarter before this one. So that's getting close to done. I kind of thought, oh yeah, you know what? By the end of the stream, that might actually be done. And once again, I guessed right on the filament. We had enough to finish it. I'm just hitting a couple of little latest lights here on the rose petals, and then I want to... good. We still have our... oh, wow, look at that. That is the Perline Red. Also the magenta. The floral magenta. We're mixing those together. A little bit of a pinline wash, almost. So where we have some of the almost too dark right there. Yeah, that really does brighten that up. So yeah, that I got the Kingdom of Azrigor. We'll be printing out that. I already have those two buildings that I did. I knew I didn't have enough to print out the top of, I think it was the barracks. So I ended up printing out, I think that was the arena. That was just one piece of it. I think there's 3 pieces to that. What are we doing? Okay, there is... Yeah, let's start with that. Where is Mr... There he is. This is Malbeth the Seer. I have never played a game with or against Arnor, so, well, yet again, another... There's all these armies I've never ever played. Either way, either as them or against them. And of course, this is probably going to change a whole bunch. At least the Legendary Legion will in the new supplement that's coming out. Yeah, Bithron, I know there's... and it was always kind of weird that they had all that sloped armor, right? And then the mantlet is flat. It just is so weird. Everything on there is sloped except for the mantlet. Really weird. Now, okay, let me try. Let me see if I do have some of this. We're going to try this on the freehand and just a couple of spots here to try and really get that popped out here. That's okay. On the star. And then on this freehand up here. Just a few little places, and that is it. Let's not go too bonkers with that. Let's not go too crazy. We will do this here, and a little bit more of our light down there too. Like you do, there we go. Just a bit there. Now on, what is this? That's supposed to be, oh, it's like a buckle there, okay. Take the edge off of that just a smidge, and now what about... ambient light skin tone. Let me try some of this. Is that going to be too light here? I don't think so. Hopefully this is also not too light on the... Again, this is the ambient light side over here. Maybe we'll let that go. Oh, there we got the... Oops, okay. Well, we'll come back with our dark here. Van Dyke Brown, maybe? I'm just going to wipe those out, and we'll just... we'll do those again. Yeah, that's, again, the advantage of the oil paints, right? So, see you later, Bunko Buckus. Yeah, it's... what is it? That's 3:03 in the morning here. So, you have a good one there, Bunko. As always, thanks for being here. And again, really, really, really glad that the oils have just been fun for you and you've been able to do lots of nifty stuff with them. And it's really just the beginning, right? We've learned so much here. Again, we appreciate all the folks that also have been using the oil paints. And then sharing whatever, discoveries they make with materials or brands or whatever, because that way everybody learns faster. Yes, indeed, we are going on an adventure. Oh my goodness, there's a lot on there, so I'm going to put that here. And then we're going to go over here. No, get out of the way. That is going to get a little bit more of the light. That too. Try some more. Is this what? Yep, that's what I'm using. Can we get a little bit of the light there? Yes, we can. Okay, much better. And of course, all of the rocks and such, remember we're going to have all the foliage on those. And we can show you a quick little example here what we're talking about. So, it's not just going to be bare rock. We're going to have not just the tufts, but this. See the flock, there's some leaves in there, right? Same deal over here. You can see all that, again, that's all ground cover. That's not just the... And that, again, that's bulletin board cork, by the way. Yeah, that is bulletin board cork. Let's see, here we're gonna... I was tempted to add some more of my lighter burgundy there. Not gonna do that. What about this? There's something going on here. I'm gonna try some dark here. That would be the indigo. Indigo and our really rich burgundy color. When in doubt, make things darker. We're gonna do that here. That also kind of helps this idea of the light coming down here too. That light coming down this way. More this way. Oh yeah, I'm gonna darken that. That also sharpens up those lines, I think, as well. What else are we doing? We're doing this. Yeah, I'm going to darken this up to sharpen up some of those edges too. In the freehand. I'll push this over that way a little. So again, these are little minute adjustments that we can make. And the oils are really, really exceptional for that. To make, again, adjustments in the frame. So yeah, that's a much sharper now. Let's see what we can do over here. We're going to try and do the same thing to kind of sharpen that up a touch here. First, that. Now, a little bit of our... there we go. Some dark there. One of the interesting things, it is actually a commonality between the oils and the acrylics, is that the lighter colors, when you paint those on, that they just are thicker. And when you want to do really, say, thin lines, the lighter colors, those lighter opaque, they are just going to be difficult. So that's why we come back with these darker colors and sort of chip away at those lines. So see you later there, Stretch Pretzel. Again, Pretzel, thank you so much for the cuisine tips there. Yes, Bitron was kind enough to send the reminder. So reminder sent. We will search for those cutters. In the meantime, we can just get those sweet potatoes tomorrow at the store, and then we will be ready to rock and roll. Also, probably gonna have to look up some recipes. Minor details. Also here, let's get some separation in the fingers. I might darken those a little more, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What are we doing here? We're going to take that and thin that down. Get rid of some of the excess here. I don't know if I can do it, but I want to... Well, first, I'll just do that. I'm going to deposit that paint over here, so there's a little less of it on the brush. To see if I can... Oh, I did. I managed to get a little... Yeah, he does actually have a little separation in the lips there now. So that is good. Oh, the lamb chat. Boy, recoil. I see lamb. Yeah, that very... More than once I've seen lamb be on the menu there. Well, that would be why. That's if that's a favorite for Mom, that's why it's going to be. I would guess that Squeak also would not refuse some of that lamb as well. Somehow I don't think that Squeak would say, no, I'm not interested. I think that Squeak would express a good deal of interest in it. I did see some lamb at the store. It's not a super common thing for us to see at the store there, but maybe I'll keep an eye out for that. And well, I will consult you as the resident lamb expert. If I do secure some of that, I will most definitely say, okay, what are the recommendations here? Okay, well, okay, so it is okay, because it is not cheap down here. Up here, yeah. Well, actually, technically for you guys, we're also down here. Interesting. That's boy. I would almost. Well, let's see. I guess too. The other thing is the bones. Maybe that's it. Those lamb bones for a dog maybe could be a little bit on the hazardous side. I seem to remember that. So yeah, maybe. Well, maybe Squeak kind of knows that. Says, huh? If I can't have them bones, I'm not interested in. Yes, we are up and over, right? Recoil. I am going to see if I can't get me right on the apex of this bugger here. Yeah, okay, there you are. Ooh, can I carry this further this way without... No, that's going to be too light. I do need some down here, though. As in right there. Also here. There, that's it. That is what I wanted. It just was, had to work my way through that one. Ooh, I'm also going to see if, there we are. Maybe we'll do, there we go, okay. Also, maybe we, yeah, okay, fine, we'll leave that there. Wasn't really what I was looking for, but, that edge also another thing I was looking for right there. Back to Malbeth. Malbeth the Seer. We got this blue over here, but I'm going to try Prussian blue. Oh, gee whiz, okay. Good, we still have a little bit of our fluoro. That just needs to, even if it's not later, that just needed some blue back there. Boy, and that's kind of funny there, recoil, because I would think that pasture-wise and such, that there's more, well, maybe in different parts of Australia, lamb would be more like what it is here. I would imagine that maybe it's even more expensive on Tasmania. I don't know about Queensland or the Northern Territories. Trying to think of what might be more ideal pasture land. Now, is Adelaide the only place where you have the... I think that we were talking about this, right? There's actually other places besides Adelaide that are also wine country. Are we doing this? Ooh, okay. We never connected the highlights here. Good enough. Now, do we... I don't think I can make that any later. Any later than that would just be too much. Boy, Rico, that's really... Well, Rico, if it all gets exported... Doesn't matter. I mean, the same thing can happen here too with beef and everything else. If it all gets exported and there's none left for us, maybe that's a factor there. Boy, I'm so tempted to... I don't know. Let me see if I can just put a tiny bit of the fluorescent blue out here. Where did that thing go? That's not it. This is it. Again, that... Oops, there. So now you can make your own. You take some powders, some linseed oil, boom, you got it right there. But it's just a little bit easier and faster for me right now in the middle of a strain to just do this right here. It is also a little bit of a different blue, I think, as well. Let me start breaking this down. We'll find ourselves somewhere on here to do that. Get a little bit of the thinner into that. And just that's more of the straight up fluorescent blue. Ah, okay. That's definitely good. Can I... Oh boy, that was getting to be a little bit too much right there. Let's move you out of the way, and that's got too much of the really dark blue there. hopefully that... Oh, good, good, good. That is mixing with some of the lighter stuff there. Because one of the things we're fighting here is that originally this had a whole big glaze of Indian yellow of all things. Because originally that was not supposed to be object source lighting there. It was we changed our minds. We changed our minds, and that meant we had to make adjustments along the way. But hey, that's what the oils do very, very well. Yeah, this is a big old change here, so you can go back and watch the start of it and really see that. Now, well, it is oh geez, so we're almost 5 hours in here, and I do think I need to run off and deal with that print and some other stuff here. Also, too, it's 3:20 in the morning. So I am going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers, the raids too. Thanks Bitsrod for doing the clips. Appreciate that. So hopefully maybe we'll get Armored Wolf back for moderations soon. Again, he's busy doing a lot of the performances and stuff. We will be hitting more of our Arnor army here, a brand new Arnor army. And of course, thanks for all the culinary advice, because that's going to be sensational. I'm really looking forward to that. Hey there, Rathu. So Rathu, hopefully you're doing really well. Let me see. So yeah, it's got to be about 10 in the morning there, Rathu, right? Anything more down? Yeah, a little bit more down here. A little more down there. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, Bralo's paint. I think, well, let me double check and make sure that Bralo is still actually doing the streaming thing there, because sometimes... Okay, good, good, good. Actually, Hixie also is... Well, maybe we can go to Hixie. There you go. We'll go to Hixie. So here's again what we were working on. Again, another one of our Arnor Cav and Malbeth the Seer. So yes, very fun. Well, Ratu, glad you got your morning mocha there, as they say. Look at all that freehand on there, also here. Right, plenty of non-metallic metals, our flowers, all that good stuff. Yeah, sorry about that, Ratu. Yeah, we're just about at the 5-hour mark here. Well, we'll be doing this again, not that many hours from now. So I'm gonna get the raid countdown underway, because that takes a little time. But yeah, that was very fun. Again, used the fluorescent blue even on the horse there. Same fluorescent blue that we used over there on Malbeth. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on the next stream, well, later today.